it is JTB Gaming here, and today we will be doing a Cambridge United Road to Glory. This is how I will be setting up the team with the players that are already at Cambridge United. It's just a basic 4-2-3-1 just to start off for the preseason. Looking at the squad, I didn't really see any of these players staying at the club long term, so I will be selling them, but I do want to loan out these 3 young players. In the first game of the season, Caruthers gets the ball, is able to find our striker who plays rolls in as he shoots, and the keeper can only redirect it, and a striker is able to put it in the back of the net, putting us up by 1 right after halftime. Later in the game, Roll steps up to take the penalty, and he converts it from the spot. 2-0 Cambridge United, and that was all that we needed to win that game. So, this is how we are looking after August. We are only 3 points off of a playoff spot, which is exactly where we want to be. These are all the players that we have brought in the first transfer window. There are some first-team quality free agents that we have signed and some young and promising players. This is how the team looks after the transfer window, and the team is looking pretty good. In the Carabao Cup, after 2 easy games, we have been drawn against Premier League side Brighton, but first we have our Leasing.com trophy game against Stevenage. In the game, we had earned a penalty, and Tan Long steps up to take it. He scores it upper 90 as we go to take the lead 1-0. Caruthers plays the ball in behind the defense for our striker. He knocks it back across for Caruthers for the easy tap-in for the second and final goal of the game. In our Carabao Cup game, El Solia gets the ball, shoots, and scores. An absolute rocket by El Solia to put us up 1-0 against Premier League side Brighton. The lead would not last long as Gross scores to level the game. Just a few minutes later, the ball gets whipped into the box as Brighton score, winning the game 2-1. September was not the greatest month as we dropped into 16th place and got knocked out of the Carabao Cup, but we will just have to rebound in October. In our next Leasing.com trophy game, El Solia is played through, plays it back to Caruthers, and he calmly puts it in the back of the net to put us up 1-0 just before halftime. Later in the game, El Solia dribbles past the defender, picks his head up on the end line, and finds Caruthers for the easy tap-in, putting us up 2-0 and sealing off the game. In the month of October, we climbed back up to 8th place in the league and advanced in the cup, capping off a good month for the club. In our next Leasing.com trophy game, Hannett gets free on the wing and whips the ball into Tan Long, who smashes it into the back of the net. An excellent finish by Tan Long to put us up 1-0. Just a couple of minutes later, Tan Long beats 2 defenders before the ball is nicked away, and then he goes on and chips the keeper. This was an absolutely perfect chip for a second goal of the game, putting us up 2-0 before halftime. Just before halftime, they end up scoring, making the score 2-1 going into halftime. Later in the game, Tan Long finds himself in behind the defense, and he calmly puts the ball into the back of the net, winning us the game 3-1. Also, he was able to cap off his hat trick with this goal. As you can see, it's just a perfectly placed strike into the side netting, exactly what you'd want from him in that situation. In November, we did amazing in the league and the cup, and we were able to get up to 4th place in the league. After tying the first game 2-2, we were forced into a replay with Scunthorpe United as we ended up losing 4-0. In our next Leasing.com trophy game, we went to penalties against Blackpool, and we were taking penalties first. Tan Long is our first taker, and he steps up to the spot. Tan Long shoots and sends the keeper the wrong way as we score first. Their first penalty taker also scored from the spot. Now it is Nedlev's turn to step up and convert his penalty. However, he is not able to convert his penalty, sending it over the goal. Their second penalty taker is able to convert from the spot. El Solia then steps up to the spot, and he converts his penalty. Wade is able to stop their third penalty taker shot. Gordon steps up to the spot, and he sends the keeper the wrong way, converting his penalty. Their fourth taker sent Wade the wrong way, however he did miss the goal. This now gives Luke Hannett the chance to win us the game. He steps up to the spot and he smashes the penalty crossbar down, winning us the game. An excellent penalty taken to cap off a suspenseful penalty shootout. Entering the second half of the season, we have climbed up to second place in the league and we have advanced in the cup again. Thank you all for watching and see you next time. After the month of January, we are sitting in third place in the table, just 2 points behind second place. In the Leasing.com trophy, we went to penalties against Sunderland in the semi-final of the cup. Again, we were taking penalties first, just like we did in our last Leasing.com trophy game. Up first is Tan Long. We go to aim it bottom right, and we sneak it just by the keeper, putting us up 1-0. The first taker, Maguire, shoots, and he completely misses the goal, giving us this early advantage. Ned Lev lines up his shot. Good shot, however, the keeper was able to save it. Their second taker, Will Grigg, completely misses the goal again, meaning we still have a 1-point cushion. Nib shoots and tries to go down the middle, and the keeper does not move and he saves it. Watmore shoots and he does score, even though Wade dived the right way. Rolls is up next and he sends the keeper the wrong way, converting his penalty, putting us up 2-1. Max Power is the next one to shoot, and he also scores from the spot, tying the game at 2-2 heading into the fifth penalty. El Solia, the captain, steps up and he converts his penalty, meaning that if Wade saves this next penalty, we will advance to the final of the Leasing.com trophy. Their player lines up to take a shot. Wade doesn't move, but he doesn't have to because it goes off the post, sending us into the final of the Leasing.com trophy. In the month of February, we didn't really go anywhere in the league, but we are now only 1 point behind second place, which is a slight improvement. In the month of March, we did do good in the league, but according to the table, we are not, as we are 6 points behind first and second place. However, that is because they have played more games than us, and that is due to us progressing in the Leasing.com trophy. And speaking of that, we have our game against Shrewsbury in the final next. In the final against Shrewsbury, in the 37th minute, we earned a penalty. Nedelev goes up to shoot, and he scores from the spot, putting us up 1-0 in the final. An absolutely brilliant penalty. Even though the keeper went the right way, Nedelev made sure that the keeper would not be able to save his shot. That Nedelev goal would be all that we would need in order to win the Leasing.com trophy. His penalty in the 37th minute gave us the lead, gave us the game, gave us the trophy. The players are absolutely loving it. I'm absolutely loving it, as we are able to claim our first piece of silverware with the club. What a way to cap off a first trip to Wembley. There's the captain, Jabo Ibrahim, playing in his final season. Maybe his final chance to earn a trophy, as he gets to lift it in front of the players, in front of the fans. That is truly how every player should get to retire, lifting a piece of silverware, the first for the club under the reign of JTB Gaming. In the month of April, we were able to climb to first in the league. This is absolutely mental. Going into the final match day, if we were able to beat Scunthorpe United, we were able to win the league. We're not even going to think about what happens in the Port Vale Forest Green game, because we are going to win this next game. Here we are in the final game of the season. Remember, if we win the league. But if not, we will have to look at the result of the Port Vale Forest Green game, but we should not even have to think about that, because we should only be focused on winning this match. In the 19th minute of this match, we concede the throw-in. They're able to work the ball, not forcing anything, just slowly possessing the ball, before it gets played into Miller, who miscontrols it, but he gets it across as Omarigic is drawn out of position, and Miller is able to score, putting Scunthorpe United up 1-0, 21 minutes into the game. Here we are at halftime. Now we may be losing 1-0, but Port Vale is currently losing to Forest Green 2-0. So as long as the results stay, we will win the league. But hopefully we are able to win this game, so we won't even have to think about that. In the 57th minute, Nedlev takes the ball from the defender. Ibrahim gets the ball, and he dribbles towards the sideline before he plays Tan-Long in behind. He picks his head up, doesn't like what he sees, cuts it back against the cross of the defender, whips it into Gordson, defender heads it away before Ibrahim smashes it into the back of the net, tying the game. This might be his most important goal he's ever scored for the club. We were able to tie the game and possibly win us the league. It is all over. We have won the league. While we may have lost the battle, we have won the war. An amazing end to an amazing season. We fought hard all season long. Every game we played, we deserved the result that we got, and we were able to pull through and win the league. As a manager, I can't say anything except for good job, well done, and it's time to celebrate. I'm so proud of the club and what we were able to do in this first season. As Ibrahim is able to lift a second trophy, two things of silverware in one season. Not bad for a first season. Also, you can see El Salia is pumped as he knows how much this means to the club. Not only did we win the league, but we now are promoted and are going to be playing in the third tier of English football, as Ibrahim is able to lift the trophy as we win the league. Good job, Cambridge United. Well done. Let's get them next season. There they are. Title winners, Cambridge United. This is how the table looks at the end of the season. As you can see, we were able to finish first with 26 wins, 12 draws, 8 losses. We scored 73 goals, only conceding 46, with a positive goal difference of 27. Looking now at the top scorers of the league, we had Tan-Long, who scored 18 in 44 matches, who's only 3 goals off the Golden Boot. And we also had Nedlev, who scored 11 goals in 39 games. Looking at the players with the most assists, Nedlev had 9 in 39 games, and he was the only player to make the top 25 from our team. Looking at clean sheets, Wade had the most with 16 in 44 games. That just shows how important he is to our team. Looking at the most yellow cards in the season, Sigurdsson was our only player in the top 25 who had 7 yellow cards in 42 games. Looking now specifically at our team in the league, Jabo Ibrahim was able to have the highest average rating of an 8.2. However, he did only play in 1 game, so you could say Victor Gordson had the best rating of a 7.1. Looking at the team, we did only have 3 players get a red card throughout the season in Luke Hannett, Samir Kruthers, and Amir El Solia. Looking at yellow cards, Sigurdsson did have the most with 7, but he did not get a red card, and Amir El Solia, who had 5 yellow cards, did end up earning a red card. These players that we are looking at now are players that I have bought on a free contract. I signed Kurto just because while Wade did perform well for us this season, I just don't think he was going to be good enough to compete in League One. I signed Tim Ream as an excellent center back, along with Friend, who will be the 2 center backs joining Omar Gitch as we switch to a 5-2-1-2. Banku will be playing our left back, while BC will be playing our right back. Schwab will be joining El Solia in the midfield, while Wadant will be joining Gordson up top, and we will have Nedlev playing the attacking mid. Looking now at just the total stats from the team in all competitions, Noel was our player who appeared in the most games, having 63 appearances and appearing in every single league game. Our total top scorer was Tan-Long, who scored 24 goals in 58 games, while not even playing striker for all those games. Todor Nedlev was the player who had the most assists for the club this season, as he was able to have 13 assists, also with 13 goals, which is why I want him playing our attacking mid next season. The players who had the most clean sheets throughout the season were Tan-Long and Noel. proving how important they are to the team. While they may not be consistent starters next season, they will be very reliable players coming off of the bench. Looking now at our highest rated players at the end of the season, Elsalia was the highest rated with 69, Nedlev was second with 68, Rolls was a 66 overall, Tan Long was a 65 overall, and Besir Omeragic was a 65 overall as well. Looking now at the players who went up the most during the season, Wade went up 8, Omeragic went up 6, Asanali went up 6, Harvey Nibbs went up 5, Callens went up 4, King went up 4, Morales went up 4, Sigurdsson went up 4, and Gordson went up 4. Looking now at some of our older players who did decrease in overall, Ibrahim went down 1, however he's not going to be at the club next season. Daniel Jones also went down 1, but he's not going to be at the club next season. And Tan Long also went down 1 overall next season, which is why he will not be a starter, but more of a bench player. Looking now at the cups that we participated in this season, we did get knocked out in the second round replay against Scunthorpe in the FA Cup. In the Carabao Cup, we did get knocked out in the third round to Premier League side Brighton, but we still put up a fight, and we made it to the third round as a League 2 team. Lastly, we look at the Leasing.com trophy, where we went on to win 1-0 against Shrewsbury in the final to win Cambridge United its first piece of silverware under the management of JTB Gaming. Looking over things financially at the end of the season, we were able to have a $3.95 million profit, and we were able to more than quadruple the club worth with a projection of $11.96 million club worth. Looking at our earnings this season, we were able to earn $11.8 million. Looking at the overall expenses for the club, we did lose $7.85 million. Looking at our overall resume, we've only been with one club, we've won 1 title, we've won 1 cup. Our biggest win was against Plymouth 3-0 in February. Our biggest defeat was 4-0 versus Scunthorpe in December of 2019, and that was the FA Cup replay that we lost. Our record transfer fee was Besir Omeragic for $444,444. As a club, we have had a total earning of $752,000. And we have played 63 games. We have won 36, drawn 16, lost 11, scoring 96 goals and only conceding 65 against us. Looking specifically at the 2019-2020 season, with Cambridge United, they wanted us to avoid finishing in the bottom part of the league. We went on to win the league. Domestic Cup, they wanted us to reach the round of 32 stage, but we did lose in the second round replay to Scunthorpe United. In the Carabao Cup, we were able to make it to the third round. In the league, we were able to win, and in the Leasing.com trophy, we were able to win. I find it surprising that we never won Manager of the Month, considering we won the league. And we did not win Manager of the Year award, which I also find somewhat surprising. Our record transfer fee paid was for Besir Omeragic of $444,444. The highest fee that we received was for Fraser of $560,000. We did finish first in the league, and we played 63 games, won 36, drew 16, lost 11, scored 96 goals, and only allowed 65 goals. And that's a wrap on our first season as manager of Cambridge United. If you have any suggestions, please drop them in the comments. Thank you all for watching. This is JTB Gaming, signing out. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we are starting our second season of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. In the preseason, we'll be entering the European Continental Shield just because of the chance that we will get the most money from winning the whole entire thing. This is the team that we will be using throughout this season. As you can see, we switched to that 5-2-1-2. We are now a 2.5 star team after starting off as a 1-star team. So in 1 year, we were able to go up 1.5 stars, which is an incredible accomplishment. For our youth academy, I am sending our first scouts to Northern Ireland for 3 months just to find wingers, just because we need to occasionally have a little bit of pace in the team. Someone we can put up top or maybe at the wing back just to add a different element to the game. Our second scout we are sending to Scotland for 3 months to find some physically strong players. This is just because in our formation with the 5-2-1-2, we don't really need any players out wide. And usually whenever you get physically strong players, you get strikers, center mids, and center backs. So we want to have a nice, solid, strong spine to the team. Our third and final scout we are sending to England to find some playmakers, just because those 3 midfielders are so crucial in this team as they are the main contributor to our offense and they are in charge of feeding the strikers. So we just need these 3 players to be 3 of our best players going forward. In the preseason, we were able to win easily, winning each game about 2-0. As you can see from the overall quality of our squad, we were definitely the best team in this preseason cup, and we were able to get all the prize money, which we can now use towards maybe finding a player to buy or improving our youth academy even more. Looking at all the other teams in the league, Barnsley will most likely provide a difficult challenge as they were just relegated from the championship, and we can see Bradford City ended up joining us in this third tier. Forest Green have joined us from League 2. Ipswich will be a tough team to compete against. Luton Town will also be, as they were just relegated from the championship. Peterborough, our main rivals, are also still in the league. Port Vale ended up joining us as well. QPR was relegated from the championship. We now get into our first game of the season against Doncaster at the Keep Moat Stadium. Early in the game, we conceded a penalty. Okurto stops the penalty, giving us a good amount of momentum very early on in the game. Later in the game, Gordson gets played in behind. Instead of shooting it, he lays it across to Schwab, who is able to smash it into the goal, giving us a 1-0 advantage against Doncaster in the first game of the season. Entering halftime, we have definitely been dominated. However, we are winning 1-0, so hopefully we can hold on to this lead throughout the rest of the game. In the 52nd minute, we win the ball, have a lazy turnover before they play the ball into their striker, and he smashes it into the back of the net, leveling the game 1-1. This pass was not what I intended to do, and our striker collected himself and put it into the back of the net. At the end of the game, it ended up being a 1-1 draw. It's not the greatest result, but it's also not the worst. But I feel confident going into the season that we will be able to improve, and in the second time we play Doncaster, that we will be able to beat them. Looking at the match facts after the game, we definitely were the more lucky side, as they were able to have more shots on target. They had more possession. They had more corners. We were just able to have one chance and convert it, and that is honestly all that we need. In the first round of the Carabao Cup, we were drawn against Rotherham United. 22 minutes into the game, we earned a penalty as our left back Banku goes up to shoot, and he converts from the spot, giving us a early 1-0 lead in the Carabao Cup. We are 1-0 up as they go to restart the ball. In the 30th minute, they get the ball. They're able to quickly move the ball around before their striker puts it into the back of the net. I was honestly not upset at the goal. As you can see from this angle, it was just a beautiful goal, and sometimes you just have to admit the fact that you got scored on and move on. After 30 minutes, we are tied 1-1. In the 43rd minute, also Leah finds Nedelev, who plays Gordson behind before he gives it to Wadent, who absolutely smashes the ball from the top of the box. First time, giving us a 2-1 lead just a couple of minutes before halftime. This was an absolute bullet and an amazing goal, which is why we signed him. Just 2 minutes before halftime, we are leading 2-1. In the 50th minute, we have another sloppy turnover before the ball gets played into their striker, and he megs our keeper. Honestly, this has been a recurring issue that our center backs just have not been able to find the right pass, and this is definitely something that we need to work on to prevent simple, stupid goals like this one. After 50 minutes, it is tied 2-2. In the 81st minute, Hannett plays our youth player Murray, who we just promoted, plays back to Hannett, and Hannett smashes it into the back of the net. an absolute super sub. This was exactly what I wanted from him, and I can always count on him to score important and crucial goals like this, sending us into the lead. After that hand goal, we were up 3-2 with just 8 minutes left to play. In the end, we ended up winning 3-2, with that hand goal being the deciding goal, capping off an incredibly stunning game. Looking at the match facts, it was an extremely even game. However, we were just able to make more of the chances that we got, giving us the 3-2 win in the first round of the Carabao Cup. In the league, we have a big match against our main rivals, Peterborough. 25 minutes into the game, Gordon gets played in behind their defense as he shoots and scores. That Gordon goal puts us up 1-0 25 minutes into the game. In the 39th minute, we earned a penalty, and Nedelov steps up to take it. He shoots and scores, converting from the spot. After that Nedelov penalty, we are up 2-0 6 minutes before halftime. At halftime, we were up 2-0. We have had more shots, but we've had the same amount of shots on target. Ours have just both been goals. They've had more possession, but we have had better passing accuracy, which has helped us control the game, which has allowed us to get this 2-goal advantage. In the 59th minute, Gordon picks up the ball, plays the ball in to Wadent, who smashes it into the side netting. After that Wadent goal, we are up 3-0 59 minutes into the game. At full time, it is a 3-0 Cambridge United victory. Looking at the match facts after the game, as far as shots go, we were very even. We just made more of ours. For possession, we were very even. Our shot accuracy was higher, and our pass accuracy was higher, which allowed us to win the game. Up now, we have our Carabao Cup game against Norwich. In the 10th minute of the game, Banku was driving towards the end line before he plays it back to Wadent, who smashes it into the back of the net. After that Wadent goal, we are up 1-0 11 minutes into the game. In the 42nd minute, Elsalia plays Wadent, who plays Nedelov, who plays Gordon, who smashes it into the back of the net. After that Gordon goal, we are up 2-0 after 43 minutes. At halftime, we look at the match facts, and we have had more goals, less shots on target, and less possession. We have really just been trying to counterattack as Norwich are a better team. In the 55th minute, their winger whips the ball into the box to their striker, who just megs Kurto. As you can see on this replay, I don't understand what Kurto was doing. As you can see, he literally just stands there and gets nutmegged. A truly terrible goal to concede. After that Norwich goal, we are up 2-1 in the 56th minute. In the 62nd minute, Elsalia is dribbling towards the end line, cuts it back, crossing his defender, and smashes it into the upper 90. After that Elsalia goal, we are up 3-1 in the 62nd minute. We did go on to win the game 3-1. As you can see from the match facts, we had more goals. They had twice as many shots and 3 times as many shots on target. They had more possession, but in the end, we did win, and that's all that matters in the end. Our youth scouts have returned from their first 3 months, and on their next 3 months, I was thinking of sending this youth scout to Northern Ireland to get some defenders, just because some of our defenders are older, and I would like to have young replacements coming specifically from the youth squad. Our second scout is going to England to find some strong players to help solidify the center of our team. Our third scout is going to the Republic of Ireland just to find some more defenders. In the Carabao Cup, we traveled to Old Trafford to face Manchester United. After 90 minutes, we ended up drawing 2-2. It was a very even game, and now we are off to penalties. This is the order we will be taking our penalties in. We're going to be starting off strong with Banku, then Schwab, then Elsalia, then Wadent, then Gordon, then Friend, then Murray, then Ream, then Besse, then Omergic, then Kurto. We are now in the penalty shootout as Ramos steps up to take his first penalty, but Kurto was able to save it. Next up is Banku. He sends De Gea the wrong way, smashing it upper 90, giving us the 1-0 advantage. Pogba is the next Manchester United player to step up to take a penalty. And he sends Courtois the wrong way, but he hits the post, which means if Schwab can score this, which he does, we are up 2-0 after 2 penalties. Marcus Rashford steps up, and he sends Courtois the wrong way, putting it into the back of the net. El Solia now steps up, looking to smash it right down the middle. De Gea doesn't move, saving the penalty. Alexis Sanchez steps up now, and he just sends Courtois the wrong way, making it 2-2. Wadent now steps up to take his penalty, but De Gea saves it, equaling it 2-2. Fred steps up, and he is able to convert his penalty. So now Gordson must convert this penalty in order to keep us alive. Looking to go right upper 90. He steps up. De Gea went the right way, but Gordson was still able to convert it. Now Ferran Torres steps up for Manchester United as he sends it over the bar, meaning that if Friend can score this, we will beat Manchester United in the Carabao Cup on penalties. Look to smash it in the bottom right corner. Send De Gea the wrong way, score the penalty. It's exactly what Friend needed to do, and that's exactly what he did, as we go on to beat Manchester United on penalties in the Carabao Cup. Now we have a game against our biggest rivals, Peterborough, in the Leasing.com trophy. This is how we will be lining up in our 5-2-1-2. They also will be lining up in a 5-2-1-2. Their front three are very quick, technical players, so we will have to watch out for that. 11 minutes into the game, El Solia wins the ball before he dribbles and plays Wadent in behind, who gets the ball and curls it into the back of the net. After that Wadent goal, we were up 1-0 in the 12th minute. In the 19th minute, Nedelev gets the ball, crosses his defender, and smashes it into the bottom corner. That Nedelev goal has given us a 2-0 lead in the 20th minute. In the 48th minute, their striker turns one of our center backs around before he smashes it into the back of the net. After that Peterborough goal, we are up 2-1 just 4 minutes after halftime. At the end of the game, it was a 2-1 win for us. We had more goals, more shots on target, more shots, more possession, more corners. We had better shot accuracy, we had better pass accuracy. We just dominated the game and we deserved to win. Looking now at where we are as a club before the new year starts, we are first in the league, 3 points ahead of Portsmouth. In the Carabao Cup, we went on to beat Watford 4-3 on penalties after drawing the full game 1-1. We have drawn Spurs in the semi-final of the Cup, with the other match being Liverpool versus Manchester City. In the FA Cup, we have drawn against Barnsley in the third round. In the Leasing.com trophy, we have been drawn against Bradford in the area final, with the other match being Accrington versus Portsmouth. We have not brought in any players since the first transfer window ended. However, we have sold one of our youth players, Charles Edwards, who just didn't have good potential. We sold our backup goalkeeper, Sheridan, as we have signed a couple of goalkeepers to the youth squad. We have loaned out Oliveira, Cunningham, Duffy, Drummond, and Granero, just because they won't be getting much play time, but they have high potentials. This is how that month of January will be looking for us. As you can see, we have some tough cup games. We also have some tough league games. However, if you want to see how this all turns out, stay tuned for the next video. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. Welcome back, everyone. It's JTB Gaming here, and today we will start off this episode with our FA Cup game against Barnsley. This is how the team will look against Barnsley. We have Besse and Banku as our wingbacks. We have Ream, Friend, and Sauter at center backs. Omergic is tired, so he will not be playing. Hannett and Schwab are center mids, and Hannett is in because El Solia is injured. Nedelev is playing the attacking mid. Gordson and Nibs are up top. Nibs is only playing because Wadent had suffered an injury. This is how Barnsley is lining up. They're playing a 4-1-2-1-2 diamond, so we will have to make sure that we use our outside backs to our advantage on the offensive end. And their attacking mid, Adebayo, who was our striker last season on loan. In the 4th minute of the game, Nedelev picks up the ball, dribbles around his defender, and lets it rip from just outside the 18. That Nedelev goal gave us the early 1-0 lead just 5 minutes into the game. In the 9th minute, they are able to work the ball around the edge of our box before Ritzmaier gets the ball and he shoots it into the back of the net. That Ritzmaier goal in the 9th minute has leveled the game. In the 31st minute, they are able to string together a couple of passes inside our box before they are able to smash it into the back of the net. After that goal by Dougal, we are down 2-1 in the 32nd minute. In the 61st minute, Cruthers is able to draw the defender in before he places it to Tan Long, who puts it into the back of the net. That goal by Tan Long in the 62nd minute has leveled the game at 2-2. In the 71st minute, Ritzmaier beats Cruthers, shoots, is blocked by Friend, but Friend does not get there in time as Ritzmaier taps it into the back of the net. After that Ritzmaier goal, we are now down 3-2 in the 71st minute. That Ritzmaier goal would end up being the last goal as we lose the game 3-2. They had more shots on target, they had more possession. We truly did not deserve to win the game. For our first youth scout, I'm going to be sending him to China for 6 months just to find any sort of players. Our next scout will be going to Japan again just to find players. Our third scout will be heading to the Korea Republic again just to find some more players. We now have our Carabao Cup game against Spurs. We've had the easier path, but that does not matter now. All that matters now is winning this game. We now get into the second leg of the Carabao Cup semifinal. We lost the first leg 1-0. After that FA Cup game against Barnsley, I realized that the 5-back was not working, so I've switched us to a 4-3-3 with Bessie at right back, Omergic and Ream at center backs, Banku at left back with Kurto in goal, Schwab at defensive mid, Murray, our youth player, at center mid, Hannett at the other center mid, Gordson on the left, Nedlev on the right, and Tan Long up top at the striker, as Wadent and El Celia are still out injured. Looking now at the Spurs team, I don't recognize anybody on their back line. I only recognize Kane, Bergwijn, Fraser, Sissoko, and Lloris. So I don't know if this is their strongest squad they could have put out, but it's the squad they put out for the first leg as well. In the 63rd minute, their winger is able to get the ball and he absolutely smashes it crossbar down. That goal by the right midfielder has put them up 1-0 in the game and up 2-0 on aggregate. In the 91st minute, Murray is able to cut it back and he plays it into Gordson as we are able to get a goal late. However, I do not believe that it will be enough as there is not enough time remaining in the game. After that goal by Gordson, we are tied 1-1 in the 91st minute. That goal by Gordson was in fact too late as we crashed out of the Carabao Cup 2-1 on aggregate. While we did draw the game, look at the match facts, Spurs definitely were the better side, which is expected of them. We now get into the semi-final of the Leasing.com trophy as we face Bradford. Bradford will be lining up in a 5-2-1-2. We will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will have Kurto in goal, Banku left back, Bessie right back. Tim Ream is out injured, so we will have Friend at left center back, and Omergic at right center back. Elsley returns from injury to play left defensive mid. Schwab will be our right defensive mid. Nedelev will be our right attacking mid. Gordson will be our left attacking mid. And our center attacking mid, Janot, is a player I just signed in order to get the brand exposure objective. He will not be at the club very long. I plan on selling him next season, but he will be playing our center attacking mid. And Wadent returns from injury to start up top. At halftime, it is 0-0. We've had more shots. We've had more shots on target. We've had more possession. With this 4-2-3-1 narrow, I've been trying to keep possession of the ball and move the defense around, and it has worked as we have had some good chances, but none of them have gone in. After 90 minutes, it is still 0-0, which means we will now go into penalties. This is the order which we will take our penalties. We'll have Banku starting off, then Janot, then Schwab, then Nedelev, then Wadent, then Gordson, then El Celia, then Friend, then Omergic, then Bessie, then Kurto. Starting with the penalties, Vaughn is the first one to step up for Bradford, and he sends Curto the wrong way, scoring, giving them the first goal. Banku then steps up, and he is able to score. Next up is Donaldson for Bradford City. He also sends Curto the wrong way, scoring, giving them the 2-1 advantage. Janut now steps up as he'll look to put it in bottom right corner, which he does, leveling things out at 2-2. Ismail steps up, and he sends Curto the wrong way again, as they take the 3-2 advantage. Next up is the captain, Schwab. We go right upper 90, but the goalkeeper is able to get an arm on it as they're up 3-2. Their next player is Pritchard, who again sends Curto the wrong way, giving them the 4-2 advantage, which means Nedelev now has to score his penalty to keep us alive as we look to go bottom left corner. But their keeper is able to save it as we get knocked out on penalties in the Leasing.com trophy to Bradford. At the end of the season, looking at the league, we went on to win as we won 33 games, we drew 12 games, and we lost 1 game. We had a positive goal difference of 74 goals. Looking at the top scorers in the league, Wadent was able to finish in second with 24 goals in 34 matches. First place had 26 and 46, so I think that if Wadent had not gotten hurt, he would have won the Golden Boot. And in fourth place, we had Gordson, who scored 21 goals in 45 games. Looking at the top assists, Gordson had 12 and 45, Nedelev also had 11 and 42, Ream had 9 and 36, and Schwab had 9 and 45. We had 4 players in the top 10 for assists, and one of those was our center back, showing that we can get things done and we don't rely on specific players for all of our goals. El Salia also had 7 assists in 32 games. Looking at clean sheets, Curto was able to have the most clean sheets as he had 19 clean sheets in 40 games. Looking at yellow cards, Friend was the only one who appeared in the top 15 as he had 6 in 36 games, showing that we are a disciplined team. Looking now at red cards in the league, Schwab was the only one who earned a red card in the league, and he played 45 games. Looking at how we did in the cups now, we did get knocked out in the third round of the FA Cup against Barnsley as we lost the game 3-2. In the Carabao Cup, we made it to the semi-finals, however we lost to Spurs 2-1 on aggregate. In the Leasing.com trophy, we made it to the semi-final, however we lost to Bradford 4-2 on penalties, meaning we were not able to keep our title. Looking now at the total stats for the team, Schwab and Gordson appeared in the most games, each appearing in 63 games. Omergic appeared in 60, Nedelev in 59, Banku in 57, Curto in 56, Ream in 53, Friend in 52, Bessie in 50, and Wadent in 48. Looking at our overall top scorers, Wadent was able to score 30 goals while only playing 48 games. Gordson scored 26 in 63, Nedelev scored 19 in 59, Banku scored 13 in 57, Tan Long scored 10 in 41, Schwab scored 7 in 63, Friend scored 5 in 52, Murray scored 5 in 31, El Salia scored 4 in 46, and Nibs scored 3 in 10. Looking at the players with the most assists, Gordson was able to have 14, Nedelev had 13, Schwab had 13, El Salia had 12, Ream had 9, Murray had 7, Banku had 6, Wadent had 4, Ginot had 2, and Tan Long had 2. Looking at the players who kept the most clean sheets, Schwab had the most with 26, Friend had 25, Omergic had 24, Wadent, Curto, Banku, and Ream all had 23, El Salia had 20, Bessie had 19, and Nedelev had 18. Looking now at the players with the highest overall, Wadent is still our best player as he is a 74 overall, Gordson is a 73, Curto is a 72, Banku is a 72, Schwab and Bessie are 70, Ginot is 70, Ream is 69, and Nedelev is 68. Looking at the players who had the highest overall change, Gordson is the only one who has been featuring in the first team as he went up 8 overall. Michaels went up 7, Evans went up 6, Moore went up 5, as well with Brown. Oliveira, Morales, Drummond, and Duffy also all went up 4 overall. Looking at the players' overalls who decreased, Tan Long's overall decreased by 1, Friend, Elsevier, and Reams also all decreased by 1. Tim Ream and Tan Long are going to be retiring at the end of the season. We have signed 2 players on a free contract. The first is Alan Brown from Preston North End. He is a center mid who can play attacking mid, defensive mid, or center mid as we look to switch to a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1. The second player we have signed is Sebastian Holman. He is a good quality center back as Ream is retiring and Friend will be getting older, and we need someone who is experienced to partner up with Omarigic. Looking at our overall managerial career, we have only been with Cambridge United. We have won 2 leagues. We did not win any other cups this year. Our biggest win changed. We defeated Fleetwood 4-0 in April. Our biggest defeat was still that 4-0 loss to Scunthorpe in the FA Cup last year. Our record transfer fee is $2,400,000, and our total earnings are $1,568,000. We have played in 127 games. We have won 83, drawn 28, lost 16. We have scored 229 goals, and we have allowed 108 goals. Looking at this season specifically, the club wanted us to avoid relegation, but we went on to win the league. They wanted us to reach the round of 32 in the FA Cup. However, we did not do that. In the Carabao Cup, we made it to the semifinals. We won the league, and in the Leasing.com trophy, we made it to the area final or the semifinal. We did finally win Manager of the Month for the first time in April, and we still have not won Manager of the Year. The record transfer fee that we paid was for Ginot, as we signed him for $2.4 million. The record transfer fee that we have received was for Haber for $1.3 million. We finished first in the league. We played 64 games. We won 47. We drew 12. We only lost 5. And we scored 133 goals, and we only allowed 43. Financially this season, we were able to earn an $8.18 million profit, and our club worth projection is set to just about triple. Thank you guys for watching. If you have any players I should sign or any suggestions, please just leave them down in the comments. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we will be kicking off our 3rd season of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. In the preseason, we will be participating in the European National Cup as we look to win the most money. For our board objectives, we have been given a critical priority for our financial aspect, and we have to reduce player wages. That kind of ruins my plans for the season, because I went and I scouted all of these wonder kids that I was looking to bring in, but now we can't because of our board's financial strictness. Instead of spending money on players, we have fully invested in our youth academy. Looking now at the players that I'm looking to sell, most of them just are not good enough quality, and since they are not good enough quality, they don't have high enough potential for me to see them as a good long-term investment. Walter Moore is the only player that I'm looking to loan out. He has high potential. He would be a good player for us to come off the bench, but he won't be getting that much playing time, so I want him to go out on loan to make sure he is getting that playing time. Looking now at the other teams in the championship, Barnsley have joined us from League One, and the rest of these first 8 teams look like quality opposition. Portsmouth have joined us also from League One, as the rest of the teams also look like quality opposition. Preston have also joined us from League One, as the rest of the teams look like, again, quality opposition. This will be a tough season as most of the teams are very good and very well rounded. Looking at the overall quality of the squad, we are now a 3-star team with a 72 overall offense, a 69 overall midfield, and a 69 overall defense. Looking now at how the team will be lining up this season, this is one option in the 4-3-3 flat. However, I don't think I will be using this option that much. This is the formation that I will most likely be using throughout the season. It is a 4-3-2-1 with an emphasis on possession. We now get into the first game of the season as we host Derby County. This is how the team will be lining up in the first game of the season. We will be using that 4-3-2-1, and hopefully it ends up working, as this is the first time I've used this formation. Derby County will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 24th minute, Gordson plays Wayne in behind, who gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net. After that Wayne goal, we are up 1-0 in the 25th minute. In the 29th minute, Bessie dribbles the ball down the line before he crosses it in as Wayne smashes home the header. That Wayne goal has given us a 2-0 lead in the 30th minute. In the 39th minute, Banku crosses the ball into Wayne, who wins the ball from the defender as he puts it into the back of the net as the goalkeeper forgets where he is, and Wayne is able to put it home from this very, very tight angle, as you can see in this replay right here. That Wayne goal has put us up 3-0 39 minutes into the game. That Wayne goal would be the last goal that was scored as we won to beat Derby County 3-0 to start off the season. Looking at the match facts, we had more goals, but our shots and shots on target were very similar. However, we just made more of our chances. They had more possession, but in the end we won, and that is really the only stat that matters. After Barnsley knocked us out of the FA Cup last year, we have gone on to knock them out of the Carabao Cup 4-1. The injury that Murray picked up in that Carabao Cup game was an LCL tear, which means he is out for 2 months. After beating Barnsley in the Carabao Cup, we now go on to face Wolverhampton Wanderers. This is how the team will be lining up. We will be sticking with the 4-3-2-1 as we line up as we normally would. This is how Wolves will be lining up in their 5-2-3. We will have to watch out for the pace on the wings as they have Adama Traore and Daniel Podence. In the 28th minute, Bessie finds Brown as he makes a brilliant run before he slots it into the back of the net. That Brown goal has given us the 1-0 lead in the 29th minute. At halftime, we are up 1-0. We've had more shots, we've had more shots on target, we've had more possession. We've really been dominating this game, but we're still only winning 1-0 as that is a lead that can easily change. In the 75th minute, Murray dribbles past 2 defenders as he crosses it into Gordson, who puts it into the back of the net. That Gordson goal has given us the 2-0 lead 76 minutes into the game. At full time, it is a 2-0 Cambridge United victory as we progress in the Carabao Cup. Looking at the match facts, we had 4 times as many shots and 6 times as many shots on target. We did have a little bit more possession. Our shot accuracy was much higher and our pass accuracy was much higher, which just goes on to prove how the numbers don't lie, and we deserve to win this game. After knocking out Wolves in the Carabao Cup, we again face Spurs in the Carabao Cup. We will again be lining up in the 4-3-2-1. The only change that we have made is Kurto is out injured, so Gillespie will be stepping in goal. This is how Spurs will be lining up. They will be using a 4-2-3-1, and they have a very, very good team, so we will need some cup magic in order to defeat them. In the 9th minute, Harry Kane has played the ball as he bodies Holman before he's able to turn and fire it into the back of the net. That Harry Kane goal gives Spurs the early lead as they're up 1-0 in the 9th minute. In the 42nd minute, Omergic is not fully able to handle the ball before it gets played back into Harry Kane, who scores his 2nd goal of the game. After 42 minutes, Spurs are up 2-0 thanks to 2 Harry Kane goals. Ndombele wins the ball before he plays it into Foden, who backheels it into Bergwijn, who is able to shoot and score from outside the 18. That Bergwijn goal has given Spurs the 3-0 lead in the 70th minute. At full time, it is a 3-0 Spurs win. This makes it 2 years in a row that we have been knocked out of the Carabao Cup by Spurs. Heading into the month of January, we are in 7th place in the league, only 3 points off of a playoff spot, which we will be aiming to get. In the FA Cup, we have been drawn against Arsenal, which will be the first game of the next episode. So if you want to see that, stay tuned. And it's JTB Gaming, signing What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today to start off this episode we have our FA Cup game against Arsenal. This is the formation we will be using for this game. It's a 4-1-2-1-2 wide. The strength of this formation is its ability to counterattack, and that is how I plan to approach this game. This is how Arsenal line up. They are playing a 4-2-3-1. And now we kick off the game at home versus Arsenal. In the 16th minute, Talisca gets the ball, he cuts it back, and Pepe smashes it into the back of the net. That Pepe goal has given Arsenal the early 1-0 lead in the 16th minute. In the 24th minute, Wadent is played in behind, where he cuts it back across, as Michaels is able to put it into the back of the net. After that Michaels goal, we are tied 1-1 with Arsenal in the 25th minute. In the 46th minute, Vitolo plays it across for Pepe, who plays it in behind for Nikita, as he is able to score their second goal. The goal was not called offsides, but as you can see on the instant replay, it is, and this goal could come back to haunt us. At full time, it's Arsenal 2, Cambridge United 1. Looking at the match facts after the game, we definitely did not deserve to win, as they had many more shots on target. They had a lot more possession, they had more tackles, they had a much higher pass accuracy, so we got the result that we deserved. Looking at the youth academy, I decided to send all of our scouts out for 6 months. I sent one to Portugal just to find some attackers, one to Italy just to find some defenders, and another one to Spain just to find some strong players. At the end of the season, we have managed to get into a playoff spot as we sneak into the 6th spot. That means in the playoffs we will be facing West Brom. This is how I will be lining up the team during the playoffs. It's a 4-4-2, and we will be playing very direct, as I want to take advantage of our physically gifted strikers. This is the trophy that we are playing for. We want to be playing in the final against either Brentford or Bristol City on Sunday, June 5th. We are about to kick off against West Brom, but first let's take a look at the lineups. West Brom will be playing a 4-2-3-1, with their main danger man being Mason Greenwood, the Manchester United striker, as he is playing up top for them. We will be playing that 4-4-2, but we do have to watch out, as Omergic, Bessie, and Banku all have yellow cards, so if they get a yellow card, they will not be available for the next match. We now kick off the game against West Brom in the Championship playoffs. Looking at the match facts at halftime, we have had more shots and more shots on target than them. We just have not been able to convert any of our chances. In the 76th minute, their defensive mid sends Murray the wrong way as he plays it into Greenwood, who smashes it upper 90. That Greenwood goal has given West Brom the 1-0 lead late in the game. Just a little bit later, Greenwood whips it into the box. It's headed, Banku blocks it, but he's not able to block the second effort. That second West Brom goal has given them the 2-0 lead very, very late into the game. At full time, it is a 2-0 West Brom win. That means we have a giant hole to climb out of in the second leg. Looking at the match facts, the second half was definitely all West Brom, as they scored 2 goals and we did not even register a single shot. We now get into the second leg of the game against West Brom. This is how we are lining up in the second leg. We have Nibs and Wadent up top, Gordon at left mid, Brown and Murray at our center mids. Janot will be playing our right mid, even though he's a striker. Nedlev will be playing our right back, even though he's an outside mid. Moore will be playing our left back, even though he's an outside mid. Holman and Omergic are our 2 only defenders on the team as they play center backs, and we put Kurto in goal. West Brom have not made any changes, as they will again line up with their 4-2-3-1. West Brom will now get the second leg underway. In the 12th minute, West Brom's right back whips the ball in, as their left mid is able to put it into the back of the net. Our lack of actual defenders definitely hurt us right here, as Nedlev was not defensively aware enough to track his man. That early goal has put West Brom up 1-0 in the game and 3-0 on aggregate. In the 14th minute, Gordson gets the ball, he dribbles towards the inline as he crosses it into Waden, who scores the goal just seconds after theirs. That Waden equalizer has made it 1-1 in the game and 3-1 on aggregate. In the 28th minute, Brown plays Waden, who plays Gordson in behind, as their defender misses and Gordson is able to get a clean shot off and he expertly puts it into the back of the net. That Gordson goal has given us the 2-1 lead in the game, and we are now only down 3-2 on aggregate. At halftime, the aggregate score is 3-2, which is exactly where we want to be, and this game has been a very even game, so hopefully in the second half we will be able to put this game away. In the 47th minute, Brown turns his defender, gets free, shoots, and scores. That Brown goal has made it 3-1 in the game and 3-3 on aggregate. In the 70th minute, Omarigic goes in for the slide tackle late, and he gets a red, putting us down to 10 men. In the 80th minute, their left winger gets the ball as he whips it into Greenwood, who is free in the box, as he heads the ball home. That Greenwood goal would be the winning goal as we go on to lose to West Brom in the championship playoffs 4-3. We may have won this game, but we definitely did not deserve to win the tie. But we were much better in this game, which is something to improve on. But in the end, we did lose to West Brom, and Brentford went on to beat Bristol City, so it will be Brentford and West Brom playing in the playoff final. Looking now at the league, we finished in 6th place. We won 25 games, we drew 6 games, and we lost 15. We scored 69 goals, and we only allowed 52, as we had a 17-goal difference, which was the lowest of the top 7 teams. Looking at the top scorers, Gordson finished in 6th with 21 goals in 45 games. Looking at assists, Brown had 7 in 45 games, Gordson had 7 in 45 games as well, and Schwab had 6 in 42 games. Looking now at clean sheets, Curto finished with 8 in 33 games. And our youth team goalkeeper Gillespie was able to finish with 4 in 14 games. Looking at yellow cards, Waden had 7 in 45 games, and Holman had 6 in 42 games. For red cards, Schwab had 1 in 42 games. Looking now at the statistics for the whole entire season and all competitions, Waden, Brown, and Gordson all appeared in 58 games, Bessie appeared in 56 games, Holman in 55, Banku in 54, Schwab in 53, Omarigic in 51, Curto in 43, and Jenot in 43. Looking at our top scorers, Gordson finished first with 25 goals, Waden finished second with 20 goals, Brown finished third with 10 goals, and Jenot and Banku both had 8, Nedlund had 5, Bessie had 4, Murray had 3, Schwab had 2, and Nims had 1. Looking now at assists, Gordson had 11, Schwab had 9, Brown had 7, Waden had 6, Banku, Nedlund, and Bessie all had 3, and Omarigic, Ricci, and Murray also had 2. Looking at the players who were on the field when we kept the most clean sheets, Gordson, Holman, and Waden all had 16, Brown, Schwab, Bessie, and Banku all had 15, Murray had 12, along with Omarigic and Curto. Looking at our highest overall players, Gordson is now the highest overall as he is now an 80, Brown is a 77, Waden's a 76, Holman's a 74, Curto's a 73, Banku's still a 72, Omarigic is now a 72, Bessie is now a 72, and Jenot is a 70. Looking at the players who grew the most throughout the season, McAvoy, Medeiros, and Gordson all went up 6 overall. Drummond, Moore, Cho, Tremblay, and Ritchie all went up 5 overall, and McKenzie went up 4. El Salia was the only player on the team whose overall went down. He is also retiring at the end of the season. Looking at some of the players that I do not plan to extend their contracts for, I'm not going to be keeping Curto because financially we need to not have such a high wage bill, and Gillespie is an excellent backup. Jenot, I'm not keeping him because he was never a part of my plans. I'm not keeping Nedelev just because there are other players at his position, and he is just not good enough anymore. Morales was a youth player that I never really felt like he fit in. Schwab again is being replaced by Murray, so he will not be playing, and El Celia is retiring. Looking at how we did in the Cups during the season, we did get knocked out of the FA Cup in the third round 2-1 by Arsenal. In the Carabao Cup, Spurs again knocked us out 3-0 in the quarterfinals. Looking at that financial objective, we did not reduce player wages by much at all, but we did increase the club worth by 82%. Looking at our resume as a manager, nothing really changed, but we have now played 186 games. We have won 114 of those. We have drawn 36. We have lost 36. We have scored 320 and allowed 174. Looking specifically at the season, the club wanted us to finish mid-table, and we were able to finish in 6th. The club wanted us to reach the round of 32 stage, but for the third year in a row, we were knocked out in the third round. We were knocked out of the Carabao Cup in the quarterfinals. We were able to finish in 6th in the league, and we did win Manager of the Month. Our record transfer fee that we paid, we did not have one as we did not purchase any players this season. The record transfer fee that we received was for Wade, and that was $1.85 million. This season, we played 59 games, we won 31, we drew 8, and we lost 20. We scored 91 goals, and we allowed 66. This season, we were able to have a $29.18 million profit, as our club is now worth $42.5 million, with a projection of over $66 million. I hope you all enjoy this episode, and it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up, guys? It's JTB Gaming here, back with another season for our Cambridge United Road to Glory. This preseason, we will be competing in the European International Cup, just because we need to get the most prize money as we possibly can. Looking at the other teams that are in the championship with us this season, Brighton and Crystal Palace have both just been relegated from the Premier League. None of the other teams really stand out, except for Peterborough. Our main rivals were just promoted from League One last season. And with these last couple of teams, I don't really see any of them being a major threat. However, we still need to make sure that we do good against them. In the final of the preseason, Wade did tear his ACL, so we will have to evaluate our options when deciding who to buy. These are the 5 players that we bought in the first transfer window. Valero is a nice technical winger. Bakili is a old FIFA wonder kid who is technically gifted. Hansen is a very fast, powerful winger who will be playing our striker while Wade is out injured. We signed Later because Bessie does not have the potential or the attributes that I would like our right back to have, so that's why I signed Laird. And I signed Barreto because I'm still not 100% convinced of Omar Gitch playing our center back in the future. The teams overall, we are now a 3.5-star team. We have a 70 rated offense, we have a 74 rated midfield, and a 70 rated defense. This is how I will be looking to line up the team at the beginning of the season. We will be playing a 4-2-3-1 with Barreto and Omar Gitch playing at center backs. We got Banku at left back, we have Laird at right back, we have our youth player Gillespie in goal, we have Valera at right mid, we have Gordon at left mid, we have Alan Brown at defensive mid. Lopez is a player I just signed from the youth academy. He is a good passer, so I'm having him play defensive mid. Bakili will be playing our attacking mid, and Hansen will be playing our striker. In the first game of the season, we are away to Stoke City. They are lining up in a 4-3-3. I don't really recognize any of the players, but that does not mean that they won't be good. We will be lining up in that 4-2-3-1 with Omar Gitch as our captain. And now Stoke City will kick off the season. In the 5th minute, they're able to pass the ball around the edge of our box before they cross it into the player who is completely unmarked back post as he slips behind both of our center backs. After that goal by Stoke City, we are down 1-0 just 5 minutes into the game. In the 39th minute, Lopez passes the ball to Brown, who bursts through the defense before he puts it into the back of the net. That goal by Brown has equalized the game at 1-1, 40 minutes into the game. In the 54th minute, their striker gets the ball before he plays it into his teammate as he slips away from Barreto, scoring the goal. That is the second goal by Campbell, as his 2 goals have put them up 2-1 in the 55th minute. In the 70th minute, the ball gets whipped into the box, and the ball goes into the back of the net. As you can see on this replay, it was actually Omeragic who headed it into the back of the net. After that own goal by Omeragic in the 71st minute, Stoke City are up 3-1. In the 78th minute, Bakili plays Hansen, who turns his defender as he gets the ball and is able to put it into the back of the net off the post. We are now down 3-2 in the 79th minute after that Hansen goal. In the 93rd minute, Gillespie makes a save before he punts it, and it bounces off their defender's head, and he is able to put it into the back of the net. I was trying to get the ball up to our striker here, and it just did not work out, as they were able to get the easy goal at the very end of the game. That third goal by Campbell has put Stoke City up 4-2 in the 90th minute. That last goal by Campbell would be the final goal of the game, as we lose 4-2 to Stoke City in the first game of the season. In the second round of the Carabao Cup, we've been drawn against Premier League side Southampton. They will be lining up in a 4-4-2 with multiple players who are Premier League quality. We will be lining up in that 4-2-3-1. I have dropped Omeragic as I am looking to loan him out, as I just don't feel he is a good enough center back yet. So I have brought Holman in to replace him, and he will also be our captain. Southampton will now get the game underway. In the 5th minute, Hansen's dribbling towards the end line. He turns his defender, and he smashes the ball near post as the keeper does not even move. It was an excellent turn and a nice and powerful yet accurate finish. After that goal by Hansen, we are now up 1-0 in the 6th minute against Southampton in the Carabao Cup. In the 49th minute, Valera did get a red card. As you can see from this challenge here, it was just a late slide tackle, but it was awarded a red card. This could be a very big turning point in the game. In the 52nd minute, the ball is crossed into the box. Brown tries to turn, but the defender is able to take it away, and he shoots and scores. After that goal by Southampton, we are tied 1-1 in the 52nd minute, down a man. Later in the game, Brown tries to turn before he's slide tackled away, and the ball is played into their striker, who calmly puts it into the back of the net. That last goal by Southampton would be the final goal, as we lose 2-1 in the Carabao Cup. We now have a very important league game against Norwich. Norwich will also be using a 4-2-3-1. We will be playing a 4-2-3-1. We have not made any changes from our Carabao Cup game except for Paolo, who will be playing at right mid as Valera is suspended for this game. Norwich will now be getting the game underway. In the 16th minute, Hansen is in behind the defense as he knocks it across as Bakili is able to get the easy tap in for our first goal of the game. After that goal by Bakili, we were up 1-0 in the 17th minute. In the 40th minute, the ball gets played out wide before he cuts back and crosses it into the box as it gets headed into the goal. You can't see it from this angle, but from this angle you can see it was an absolutely incredible header, and there was nothing Banku could have done to stop it. After that header, Norwich have equalized the game in the 41st minute. At full time, it is a Cambridge United 1, Norwich 1 draw in the league. The next game that we will be playing will be our league game against Nottingham Forest. I have decided to switch formations to a 4-1-4-1 as our lack of a true defensive midfielder was hurting us, and especially to make Gordson be the best that he possibly can, as I want him cutting in and taking shots. Nottingham Forest will be playing a 4-2-3-1. Hansen will kick off to get this game underway. In the 21st minute, Bakili has earned us a penalty. The player that slide tackled him in the box got a yellow card. As you can see here, it was just a late tackle, and Bakili went down, giving us the penalty. Our left back, Banku, will be one to take the penalty. He steps up, and he scores from the spot, sending the keeper the wrong way. After the Banku penalty, we are now up 1-0 in the 22nd minute. In the 73rd minute, we got another penalty. Banku will again step up to take it, and just like the first penalty, he converts from the spot, sending the keeper the wrong way. In the 82nd minute, following a corner, Gordson gets the ball, he picks his head up, and he shoots an absolute banger. As you can see on this replay, he simply just gets the ball, looks and shoots it, putting an amazing amount of curl on it, getting us a very crucial goal. Here's that goal again. It's just a truly amazing shot, which is exactly why I switched to this 4-1-4-1, so that Gordson could use his talent to make plays just like this. After that Gordson goal, we are up 3-0 in the 82nd minute. At full time, we would go on to beat Nottingham Forest 3-0 in the league. We now host Peterborough in the league. We will again be lining up in that 4-1-4-1. Peterborough are lining up in their 5-2-1-2. Hansen will now kick off to get this game underway. In the 35th minute, Gordson shields the ball before he backheels it to Lopez, who gets the ball, and he curls it into the back of the net. That Lopez goal put us up 1-0 in the 36th minute. In the 66th minute, Lopez dribbles into the box before he cuts it back and smashes it near post as it goes off the keeper and into the back of the net. That Lopez goal put us up 2-0 in the 67th minute. At full time, it would be a 2-0 Cambridge United victory, as we beat our rivals Peterborough in the league. We now have a league game against top dogs Crystal Palace. We will be playing that 4-1-4-1, as Waden returns from injury, so Hansen will be put at the right wing as Bakili is dropped. Crystal Palace will be playing a 4-5-1. I honestly do not recognize a single player in their team. However, they are top of the league, so they must be very good players. Crystal Palace will now kick the game off. In the 24th minute, Crystal Palace get the ball out wide before they cross into the box, and their player volleys it into the back of the net. After that Crystal Palace goal, we are now down 1-0 in the 24th minute. In the 45th minute, Laird makes a bad pass before the ball is played back into the box, and the ball is put into the back of the net just before halftime. That Crystal Palace goal has put us down 2-0 in the 45th minute. In the 75th minute, Laird plays Gordson, who plays Valera, who plays Waden in behind, who puts it in the back of the net. In Waden's first game back from injury, he is able to score in the 75th minute to make the game 2-1. In the 89th minute, Gordson gets the ball, turns his defender, He shoots, but the keeper is just able to save it. At full time, it would be a Crystal Palace win over Cambridge United 2-1 as we lose in the league. In the FA Cup, we've been drawn against our biggest rivals, Peterborough United. We will still be sticking with this 4-1-4-1, as Tremblay will be starting instead of Laird, but Healy is back into the team as I have dropped Waden in favor of Hansen. Peterborough will be going with the same 5-2-2, and I'm pretty sure it's the exact same team that they put out against us in the league. Peterborough will now get this FA Cup game kicked off. In the 30th minute, Valera finds Lopez, who finds space on the top of the box, and he shoots an absolute banger, smashing it upper 90. That goal by Lopez has put us up 1-0 in the 30th minute. That Lopez goal in the 30th minute would be the only goal of the game, as we knock out Peterborough of the FA Cup 1-0. This is how things are looking in the league entering January. We are currently 5th in the league, which I feel like is a good spot for us. And thank you all for watching, and it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and to kick off this episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory, we have our FA Cup game against West Ham United. This is how we will be lining up. We will be using that 4-1-4-1. We have Laird at right back, Bretto and Holman at center backs, Banku at left back, Brown at defensive mid, Gordon and Lopez at center mids, Valera at left mid, Bakili at right mid, and up top we have Hansen. This is how West Ham will be lining up. They will be playing a 4-2-3-1. Hansen will now get the game underway. In the 16th minute, the ball is shot, bounced around the box, and Banku is able to head it home. This goal did come from a free kick deflection, as Banku was able to score the first goal of the game. That Banku goal has given us the early 1-0 lead against West Ham. In the 86th minute, West Ham are able to string a few passes together before their striker shoots and scores, left upper 90. At full time, it would be a 1-1 draw, as we will now have to face West Ham in the replay. We will now be facing West Ham at their home stadium in the FA Cup replay. West Ham will be playing the 4-2-3-1. They have made a couple of changes, but none of them are extremely significant. We have not made any changes as we look to beat West Ham. West Ham will now get the FA Cup replay game underway. In the 13th minute, Gordon takes the corner. It's shot at the keeper, but he can't handle it as Brown is able to finish it. That goal by Brown has given us the 1-0 lead in just the 14th minute. In the 24th minute, Bakili plays. Brown, his first effort does not go, but he keeps going, and his second effort is able to be converted into a goal. That second goal by Brown has given us a 2-0 lead in the 24th minute. In the 42nd minute, their striker's played in behind his Laird keeps him onside before he gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net. That West Ham goal in the 43rd minute has made it 2-1. In the 78th minute, Banku is beaten before it's crossed into the box for the free header and the goal. That second West Ham goal is equalized the game at 2-2. In the 93rd minute, the ball is stolen from Banku before the ball gets played into the box as their striker bites it home. That goal by West Ham has put them up 3-2 in the 94th minute. In the 104th minute, Holman is beaten as the ball gets crossed in for another free header as they score their fourth goal of the game. In the 104th minute, West Ham do make it 4-2. After full time, it would be a West Ham 4, Cambridge United 2 loss. For the rest of the season, our youth scouts will be finding wingers from Egypt, playmakers from Algeria, and attackers from Morocco. I have decided to loan out Waden for the rest of the season, just because he won't be getting enough playing time, and as he is a crucial player to the team, he won't become unhappy and he might want to leave, so this way we can have him for next season and reevaluate things then. We now get into a league game as we host Portsmouth. We will be lining up in our 4-1-4-1. Portsmouth will be playing a 4-2-3-1. Hansen will now get the game underway. In the 39th minute, Hansen is played in behind as he collects himself and is able to put it into the back of the net. That goal by Hansen in the 39th minute has put us up 1-0 against Portsmouth. In the 45th minute, Hansen is able to find Brown, who shoots and scores from inside the box. That goal by Brown has put us up 2-0 just before halftime. At full time, it would be a win for us as we beat Portsmouth 2-0. We now have a big rivalry game as we play Peterborough in the league. Peterborough will be playing a 5-2-1-2. I have decided to switch us to a 4-3-3 defend as I want a little bit more defensive stability going into the end of the season and the playoffs, so I'm experimenting a little with this formation, but I feel like it will be successful. Peterborough will now get this game underway. In the 19th minute, Gordson's first attempt won't go. The defender clears it, but Bakili is able to volley it into the back of the net. That goal by Bakili has put us up 1-0 in the 20th minute. In the 51st minute, the ball is played into the box before Holman lays it back to Valera, who opens up and curls it into the back of the net. That goal by Valera has now put us up 2-0 in the 51st minute. In the 74th minute, Peterborough would go on to score a goal. At full time, it would be a victory for us as we beat our main rivals Peterborough 2-1. We now have a league game against West Brom. West Brom will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will again be looking to use that 4-3-3 defend. West Brom will now get this game underway. In the 3rd minute, Lopez would be brought down in the box. The player that took him down would get a yellow card. As you can see in the slide tackle here, he just got more of his legs and not enough of the ball as the ref decided to give us the penalty. After that penalty earned by Lopez, Hansen will step up to take the penalty. He shoots and scores, converting the penalty from the spot to give us an early lead. That penalty by Hansen gives us the 1-0 lead just 4 minutes into the game. In the 37th minute, Brown plays Valera, who turns his defenders, gets the ball, and he shoots it up side netting to give us another goal. That Valera goal would give us a 2-0 lead in the 37th minute. Valera would pick up the ball, send his defender the wrong way before curling it back post for his second goal of the game. That goal by Valera has given us the 3-0 lead in the 72nd minute. At full time, it would be a 3-0 win for us. At the end of the season, we did finish in 5th place. That means in the playoffs, we will be facing off against Norwich. For those games against Norwich, Bakili is out injured, which is a huge loss for the team. We will be hosting Norwich in the first game of the championship playoffs. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 defend, as Banku will be moving up to left mid to fill in for Bakili as we move Jansen, one of our youth players, in at left back. Norwich will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. Hansen will now get the game underway. In the 5th minute, Hansen cuts it back, finding Brown on the edge of the box as he takes a touch and then absolutely fires it into the back of the net. That goal by Brown has put us up 1-0 in the 5th minute. In the 30th minute, Banku would score a goal. At full time, it would be a Cambridge United 2, Norwich 0 win for us. We now travel to Norwich as they host the second leg of the championship playoffs. Norwich have not made any changes as we go into the second leg. We have not made any changes as we go into the second leg as well. Norwich will now kick off the game as we are up 2-0 on aggregate. In the 19th minute, the ball gets cut back to their player as he absolutely smashes it into the back of the net. After that goal by Norwich, they are now down 2-1 in the 20th minute on aggregate. Just before halftime, the ball is whipped into the box as it's headed into the back of the net. After that goal by Norwich, it is now 2-0 in the game and 2-2 on aggregate in the 45th minute. At halftime, it is now 2-2 on aggregate. In the 51st minute, their strikers played him behind as he makes Gillespie for their third goal of the game. That third goal by Norwich now puts them up 3-2 on aggregate. In the 55th minute, Hansen is played in behind the defense as he's able to muscle through the tackle and put it into the back of the net. That goal by Hansen has now leveled it on aggregate 3-3. In the 60th minute, their player gets the ball on the edge of the box, beats our defender, and smashes it upper 90. After that goal by Norwich, they are now up 4-3 on aggregate. In the 76th minute, Gordson placed an absolutely beautiful ball in behind for Hansen, who was able to get the ball and finish it. That goal by Hansen has now made it 4-4 on aggregate. After 90 minutes, it is still tied 4-4 on aggregate, so we will be going into extra time. In the 110th minute, Hendricks does not make the right pass as they immediately get the ball across the in and score. Norwich are now up 5-2 on aggregate in the 111th minute. At the end of the game, our season comes to an end as we lose to Norwich 5-4. In the promotion playoff final, it will be Crystal Palace versus Norwich. Looking at how we did in the league, I feel like we did a very good job as we scored twice as many goals as we allowed. Looking at the top scorers, Hansen finished with 19 goals in 44 games. Gordson also had 19 goals, but he did it in 43 games. And Valera had 18 goals in 44 games. Looking at assists, Brown had 11 in 42 games, and Valera had 9 in 44 games. Hansen also had 7 in 44 games, and Lopez had 7 in 41 games. Looking at clean sheets, Gillespie was able to have 15 in 41. Looking at our team specifically in the league, Hansen, Valera, and Holman had the most league appearances. Hansen and Gordson had the most goals, with Valera just one behind them. Alan Brown had the most assists. Valera and Gordson had the most clean sheets. Holman had the most yellow cards. Giordano and Alan Brown had the most red cards as they both had 1. Hansen had the best average rating with a 7.3, as Valera and Brown had 7.2s. Looking at the team stats from all competitions, Holman had the most appearances with 54, and just behind him were Gillespie, Hansen, and Valera, all with 52. Hansen was our top goal scorer with 22 goals, and Gordson had 19, and Valera had 18. Valera and Brown had the most assists with 11, and Hansen was just behind them with 9. Gillespie kept the most clean sheets as Benku, Holman, Valera, and Gordson were just 1 behind him, and Brown and Lopez were just 2 behind him, and Hansen and Barreto were 3 behind him. Looking at our players with the highest overall, Gordson is officially our best player as he is an 85 overall. Valera is now a 79 along with Brown, and Hansen is a 77 overall. Looking at our players whose overall increased the most, Jan Hendricks overall went up by 11, and Peter Jansen's overall went up by 9. Looking at how we did in the Carabao Cup, we did get knocked out in the second round by Southampton 2-1. And in the FA Cup, we got knocked out by West Ham 4-2 in the round 4 replay. Looking at the club from a financial view, we were able to have a $45.79 million profit, with our club being now worth $103.17 million, with a projection of $137.58 million. Looking at our overall career, we did not win any more titles, we did not win any more cups. Our biggest win did change as we beat Middlesbrough 5-0. Our biggest defeat did not change. Our record transfer fee was $3.2 million. We have now played 243 games. We have won 149. We have drawn 45. We have lost 49. We have scored 431 goals while only allowing 237. Looking specifically at the 2022-2023 season, the club wanted us to fight for promotion, which we did by losing in the playoffs. The club wanted us to reach the round of 32 stage in the FA Cup, which we did not do as we lost in the round 4 replay. In the Carabao Cup, we lost in the second round. We did not win Manager of the Month. We did not win Manager of the Year. And the record transfer fee that we paid was for Valera of $3.2 million. The highest transfer fee that we received was for Cho of $4.95 million. We finished 5th in the league. This season, we played a total of 57 games. We won 35, we drew 9, we lost 13. We scored 111 goals while only allowing 63. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. If you have any tips or anything, just leave them down in the comments. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up, guys? It's JTB Gaming here, and today we're back with another episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. In the preseason, we would not make it out of the group stage as we were facing a Turkish team, a Premier League team, and a La Liga team. For our youth academy, I've decided to stay local as we'll have our scouts in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and Scotland. Looking at the other teams in the championship, Barnsley and Blackburn are the only two out of these first 7 teams I think we will easily be able to beat, as the rest of them should prove to be a good challenge. Looking at these next 8 teams, Fulham, Huddersfield, Norwich, and Nottingham Forest should prove to be title contenders. Looking at these last 8 teams, I don't really see any of them as being huge threats, but one thing to notice is Peterborough got relegated last season. Looking at the overall of our team, we are now a 4-star team with a 74 rated offense, a 77 rated midfield, and a 73 rated defense. We now get into the first game of the season as we face Bristol City. Bristol City will be lining up in a 4-4-2. We will be going with a 4-2-3-1 as we start with Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks at left back, Omeric and Barreto at center backs, Lopez and Brown at defensive mids, Gordson at left mid, Valera at attacking mid, Hansen at right mid, and with Waden up top. We will now get this first game of the season underway. In the 30th minute, Valera busts through the defense. No defender steps to him as he's able to get inside the box and smash it right upper 90. That goal by Valera has put us up 1-0 in the 31st minute. In the 69th minute, Gordson is dribbling down the line before he shoots. The keeper can only deflect it as Valera is able to get the rebound and put it into the back of the net. Valera's second goal of the game puts us up 2-0 in the 70th minute. At full time, it would be a Cambridge United 2, Bristol City 0 win for us, as we start off the season on a good note. The next game that we have is against Cardiff City in the league. After the first game against Bristol City, I was not fully convinced on the 4-2-3-1, so I've decided to go with a 4-1-2-1-2. For this game, I have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Omeric and Hendricks at center backs, Drummond, one of our youth players, at left back, Brown at defensive mid, Valera and Lopez at center mids, Gordson at attacking mid, with Hansen and Waden up top. Cardiff City will be playing a 4-2-3-1. We now get our league game against Cardiff City underway. In the 6th minute, Hansen is played in behind as he uses his pace to beat the defenders before he gets the ball and shoots it into the back of the net. After 6 minutes, we are up 1-0 thanks to that Hansen goal. In the 75th minute, Drummond is dribbling down the sideline where he crosses the ball into Gordson, who puts it into the back of the net. That Gordson goal would be the final goal as we beat Cardiff City 2-0 in the league. We now have a big league game as we host Brentford. Brentford will be lining up in a 4-3-3. I am still not fully satisfied with any of the formations we have tried so far, so I'm trying now a 3-3-2-2 with Gillespie in goal, Laird at right center back, Omeric at center back, Hendricks at left center back, Brown at defensive mid, Lopez and Murray at center mids, Valera and Gordson as attacking mids, and Hansen and Waden up top. Currently, we are tied with Fulham, who are first in the league, with only 5 goals allowed in the league so far. Looking at this image of the league table, we are in 3rd place with Brentford in 4th place, as we are only ahead of them by a 2-goal difference. We will now kick off this game against Brentford in the league. In the 10th minute, Murray is able to dribble into the box before he cuts it back, fakes his defender, and shoots and scores. We are now 1-0 up, thanks to Murray in the 11th minute. In the 51st minute, Villar is dribbling down the wing before he crosses it, and Hansen is easily able to put it into the back of the net. That second goal by Hansen leaves us up 2-0 against Brentford in the 51st minute. In the 65th minute, one of their players is played in behind the defense as he looks to shoot from a tight angle, and he ends up scoring. Brentford are able to get a goal back in the 66th minute thanks to De Silva. However, we are still up 2-1. At full time, it would be a win for us as we beat Brentford 2-1. We now have a Carabao Cup game against Brighton. I am trying another different lineup today. We will be using a 4-3-3 false 9 with Drummond at left back, Hendricks and Ombrgic as center backs, Laird at right back with Gillespie in goal, Brown at defensive mid, Lopez and Murray at center mids, Hansen at left wing, Valera at right wing, and Gordson as a center forward. Brighton will be playing a 4-2-3-1. We will now get our Carabao Cup game against Brighton underway. In the 12th minute, Hansen is dribbling towards the sideline before he cuts it back and crosses the ball into the box, and Valera meets it with a header and puts it into the back of the net. That goal by Valera in the 12th minute puts us up 1-0 against Brighton. In the 40th minute, Murray chips the ball over the defense for Gordson. He muscles off the defender and puts it into the side netting. That goal by Gordson puts us up 2-0 in the 40th minute. At full time, it would be a Cambridge United 2, Brighton 0 win for us as we progress in the Carabao Cup. After beating Brighton in the Carabao Cup, in the quarterfinals we have been drawn against Manchester United. First, we have a league game against Fulham, who are top of the league. They will be lining up in a 4-3-3. After trying out the various formations, I have decided to stick with the 4-2-3-1, as I just feel the other formations didn't provide enough of what I wanted, and the 4-2-3-1 has. This game will really test our defense, as Fulham are the top scoring team in the championship. In the 19th minute, the ball is whipped into the box. The player takes a touch. Ombrgic does not get there as the ball is crossed into the box for a goal. That goal by Fulham has put them up 1-0 in the 20th minute. In the 62nd minute, Hansen is played in behind by Valera as he cuts it back, and Murray is able to get the easy tap in. That goal by Murray in the 63rd minute has tied the game at 1-1. In the 71st minute, the ball is played in behind. The player takes a touch, crosses it into the box as Ombrgic is beat for a goal. That Fulham goal has put them up 2-1 in the 71st minute. At full time, it would be a Fulham 2, Cambridge United 1 loss, as we lose to the league leaders. We now have a league game against Blackburn Rovers. Blackburn will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will also be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. I have decided to play some of the bench players, as Mueller will be starting in goal, Laird will be at right back, Jansen and Guidi will be playing at center backs. I have just dropped Omergic and will be looking to loan him out, as he only has 55 aggression, which is not high enough for a center back. I have Drummond playing left back, Hendricks and Lopez at defensive mids, McEvoy at right wing, Paulo at attacking mid, Gordson at left wing, and Hansen up top. In the 17th minute, Hansen gets in behind the defense before he does a fancy pass back to Paulo, who is able to put it into the back of the net. In the 29th minute, Paulo gets the ball before he finds Hansen, who is able to dink it over the keeper to give us our second goal of the game. Just before halftime, we put all our players in the box as Gordson takes the corner. It goes into the box and goes into the back of the net thanks to our center back, Reedy. At halftime, we were up 3-0 as we have been dominating these shots. Possession has been fairly equal, but hopefully we will be able to score more goals in the second half. At full time, we would go on to win 3-0. We did have more shots, however none of them were able to be scored. They did dominate more possession, but that did not matter as we were able to hold on to our 3-0 lead. We now travel to Old Trafford to face Manchester United in the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup. Manchester United will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. They have De Gea in goal, Wan-Bissaka at right back, Akanji and UTD at center backs, Reguilón at left back, Ndidi and McTominay at defensive mids, Ferran Torres at right mid, Christian Eriksen at attacking mid, Alan Saint-Maximin at left mid, with Rashford up top. We will also be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We have Gillespie in goal, we have Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Lopez and Brown at defensive mids, Valera at right mid, Murray at attacking mid, Gordson at left mid with Hansen up top. In the 6th minute, Hansen gets in behind his defender before he cuts it back and smashes it near post. In the 20th minute, Hansen faces up his defender, skills him, and is able to dribble past him before he neatly tucks the ball into the back of the net. In the 25th minute, Manchester United play the corner short before it's whipped in and Ndidi, who absolutely smashes it into the back of the net on the volley. At halftime, it has been a very even game, and hopefully we will be able to preserve our lead until the game is over. At full time, it is a Cambridge United 2, Manchester United 1 loss as we progress on in the Carabao Cup. After that important cup game against Manchester United, we now have a pivotal league game against Derby County. We have not made any changes since that game against Manchester United as we continue to line up in that 4-2-3-1. Derby County will also be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 12th minute, the ball is played into their striker as Hendricks blocks it, but it was not enough as he gets the rebound and puts it into the back of the net. In the 21st minute, Gordson is dribbling down the line, before he cuts it back to Lopez, who puts it into the back of the net, equalizing the game. At halftime, the game is tied 1-1. Derby County have been the better team statistically, but that is okay as we've been looking to counterattack, as that is how we have scored our first goal, and hopefully we will be able to score a second one in the second half. At full time, it is a 1-1 draw. Derby County definitely dominated the second half, but we were able to hold on as we earned the point. We now have another league game against Brentford. Brentford will be lining up in a 4-3-3. We will continue to go with our strongest 11 as we line up in our 4-2-3-1. In the 4th minute, Hansen uses his blistering pace to get in behind the defense before he collects himself and shoots it into the back of the net for the first goal of the game. In the 15th minute, the ball is crossed into the box. It is cleared but not cleared well enough as their player gets the ball and converts it from a tight angle. In the 28th minute, Lopez steps to take up the free kick. He puts it near post upper 90 and it goes in off the keeper. At halftime, we are up 2-1. Statistically, Brentford have been the better team, but since we are a team who looks to counterattack, that is okay, and hopefully we will be able to hold on to this lead at the end of the game. In the 61st minute, Murray is looking to get in behind the defense as he plays Hansen in behind, who neatly tucks the ball into the back of the net. At full time, we would go on to win as we beat Brentford 3-1. This was a very big game for us in the league as we were looking to get automatic promotion. The last game of this episode will be an FA Cup game against Mansfield Town. For this game, I will be playing the bench players as we have Mulder in goal, Romano at right back, Guidi and Ennis at center backs, Nasser at left back, Arnos at right mid, Carroll and Colombo at defensive mids, Paolo at left mid, Campbell at attacking mid, and McAvoy up top. Mansfield Town will be lining up in a 5-2-1-2. In the 49th minute, Campbell dribbles into the box before he gets to the end line as he cuts it back and as McAvoy is able to put it into the back of the net. In the 87th minute, Romano loses the ball before it is quickly turned into a cross as he converts the goal, meaning we will have to face them in a replay. Looking at where we are in the league, we are in 4th place, just 4 points off of an automatic promotion spot, which is not good, but it's also not bad, as we will look to get into that automatic spot in the second half of the season. In the Carabao Cup, we will be facing Southampton in the semifinals. Looking at all the players who will be leaving us at the beginning of the transfer window, we have sold Barreto, we have sold Callens, we have sold Giordano, we have loaned out Ferreras, we have loaned out Nasser, we have loaned out Campbell, and we have loaned out Wade. We have also loaned out Omrigic. I hope you all enjoyed watching. The next episode of this Road to Glory should be coming out in a few days, so stay tuned, and it's J2B Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's J2B Gaming here, and to start off this episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory, we have the first leg of the Carabao Cup semifinals against Southampton. We will be continuing to use our 4-2-3-1 as I feel it's the formation that works best for us right now. Southampton will be lining up in a 4-4-2. In the 36th minute, Hansen turns his defender, where he cuts it back in the box, takes a touch, and then smashes it into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. 42nd minute, Gordon whips the ball into the box. Player heads it, the keeper saves it, but Hansen's there for the rebound to put us up 2-0. In stoppage time, just before halftime, we have a penalty as Hansen steps up to take it, and he's able to put it into the back of the net, putting us up 3-0. At halftime, we're up 3-0. We have been the more dominant side, as we have 7 shots on target, and they have had 0. So hopefully we will be able to continue this and score even more goals in the second half. In the 54th minute, Hansen is in behind the defense as he uses his pace to beat the defenders before he gets the ball and smashes it into the back of the net, putting us up 4-0. In the 71st minute, Brown dribbles through their whole entire defense before he gets the ball and smashes it into the back of the net, putting us up 5-0. At full time, we would go on to win 5-0. We continued our dominance in the game as we were able to finish with 12 shots on target. They only registered 1 shot on target, so we were definitely the more dominant side. For our youth academy, I will have someone going to England for 6 months to find a playmaker, someone to South Africa for 6 months to find some physically strong players, and someone in Ghana for 6 months to find some attackers. We now get into the replay of our FA Cup tie against Mansfield Town. Mansfield Town will be lining up in a 5-2-1-2. We will be lining up in our 4-2-3-1. The only change that I have made is McAvoy is in for Valera as Valera is out injured. In the 24th minute, Murray dribbles into the box. He stays on his feet as he crosses it into Brown, who heads it into the goal off the post to give us a 1-0 lead. In the 30th minute, McAvoy plays Murray in behind, where he composes himself and puts it into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 41st minute, their player gets a shot, Gillespie saves it, the ball gets bounced around the box before their player is able to head the ball into the back of the net, making the score now 2-1. At halftime, we were up 2-1. It's been a fairly even game, but hopefully we can hold on to this lead throughout the second half. In the 52nd minute, Laird plays Murray, who plays Hansen in behind as he opens his hips and curls it into the back of the net to put us up 3-1. At full time, we would go on to win 3-1. It was a very even game. We were just able to make more of our chances, which is how we were able to win. We now host Manchester United in the FA Cup after that win over Mansfield. We will be continuing to line up in this 4-2-3-1. Manchester United will also be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. At halftime, it is still tied 0-0. They've been the more dominant team, but hopefully we will be able to change that in the second half. In the 59th minute, we had earned a penalty as Hansen steps up to take it. He shoots, De Gea dives the right way, but it's not enough as we score to put us up 1-0. So after that Hansen goal, we were able to beat Manchester United 1-0, meaning we will advance in the FA Cup. After that win against Manchester United, we have a tough game in the league as we face Cardiff City. Cardiff City will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will also be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 27th minute, one of their players is played in behind before he cuts it back as their player beats our defender to put it into the back of the net, putting them up 1-0. At halftime, Cardiff City are up 1-0. It's been a fairly even game. They have just been able to make more of their chances. In the 52nd minute, the ball is played down the line before it's crossed into their striker, who heads the ball into the back of the net, putting them up 2-0. In the 82nd minute, Gordson is dribbling at the keeper. He shoots. It's deflected before it falls to the feet of McAvoy, who was able to convert the chance to make the score now 2-1. In the 89th minute, Brown is played in behind the defense before he crosses it to Murray, who is able to put it into the back of the net, leveling the game at 2-2. At full time, we did tie 2-2 with Cardiff City. We definitely deserved more from the game. However, a draw is also not the end of the world. We now have that second leg of the Carabao Cup semifinals against Southampton. I am playing the bench players, so we will again be lining up in the 4-2-3-1. We have Muller in goal, Romano at right back, Rodriguez and Guidi at center backs, Ennis at left back, Colombo and O'Carroll at defensive mids, Paulo at right mid, Kude at attacking mid, Arnos at left mid, and up top we have Alves. Southampton will again be lining up in their 4-4-2. In the 23rd minute, the ball is played into the box before they ping the ball around before their player smashes it into the back of the net, putting them up 1-0. At halftime, they're up 1-0 in the game, but we are winning 5-1 on aggregate, so I am not worried. In the 54th minute, the ball is crossed into the box. It's not properly dealt with before their player gets the ball and has an absolutely perfect volley to put them up 2-0. In the 67th minute, the ball is played into Kude, who plays it into Arnos, who gets a shot away, and he's able to score, making the score now 2-1. In the 73rd minute, our player is beaten on the wing before it is played back for their player is able to shoot the ball near post, making the score to 3-1. At full time, it would be a Southampton 3, Cambridge United 1 loss for us. However, on aggregate, we did win 6-3, meaning we will be in the final of the Carabao Cup. Looking now at the other semi-final game, Liverpool beat Man City on aggregate 3-2, which means we will be facing Liverpool in our first big cup final. We now get into that Carabao Cup final as we face Liverpool at Wembley. Looking at the road to the final, we both faced some hard opponents, yet some easy opponents, so we should be evenly matched. This is how we are lining up for this Carabao Cup final. We have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Brown and Lopez at defensive mids, Valera returns from injury to play at right mid, Murray at attacking mid, Gordson at left mid with Hansen up top. Liverpool will be lining up in their 4-3-3 false nine. They have Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold at right back, Van Dijk and Sanchez at center backs, Bradarich at left back, Guermez at defensive mid, Wendell and Bentancur at center mids, Firmino at center forward, with Mane and Lozano at wings. In the 16th minute, Murray chips the ball over the defense for Hansen, who is able to outpace Van Dijk before he puts it into the back of the net, putting us up 1-0 early in the game. After Liverpool scored earlier in the match, Firmino gets the ball before he is able to line up a shot with his left foot and smash it crossbar down to put them up 2-1 just before halftime. halftime, we were down 2-1. We are still in this game, so hopefully we will be able to turn it around in the second half. In the 48th minute, the ball is played back to Bentancur, who beats one of our center backs before he smashes it into the back of the net, putting Liverpool up 3-1 just after halftime. In the 54th minute, after committing a foul in a dangerous area, Alexander-Arnold steps up to take the free kick as he curls it near post upper 90. It is an absolutely amazing goal. Gillespie could do nothing to stop it as Liverpool go up 4-1. In the stoppage time, we again committed a foul in another dangerous area as Alexander-Arnold steps up and he's able to put it post in, giving Liverpool the 5-1 lead. At full time, Liverpool would win 5-1. They definitely were the better side, as we are not ready for the stage yet, but we were still able to make it to the final, which is an accomplishment. Liverpool would get the trophy as we lose in the final, however, we will look to bounce back next year. Looking at the top goal scorers for the Carabao Cup, Hansen was able to get the Golden Boot as he scored 9 goals in 7 matches, and Gordson was able to score 4 in 7 matches. Murray led the Carabao Cup in assists as he had 5 in 6 games, and Brown also had 3 in 7 games. Lopez also had 2 in 7 games. Looking at clean sheets, Gillespie was able to have 3 in 7 games. Statistically, we had many players who played very well in the Carabao Cup, which shows that going to the final was not a fluke and we deserved to be there. Looking at our team specifically in the Carabao Cup, Hansen, Brown, Gordson, Laird, Lopez, Hendricks, and Gillespie all had the most appearances with all 7 games. Looking at our top scorers, Hansen was the top scorer, as Gordson, Valera, Brown, Laird, and Arnos were the only other players to score in the Carabao Cup from our team. Murray was our top assister, as Brown had 3, Lopez had 2, Kude, Hansen, and Hendricks also all had 1. Looking at our players who were able to keep the most clean sheets, Murray, Brown, Gordson, Laird, Lopez, and Gillespie were all able to have the most clean sheets with 3. Looking at the players' overall average rating, Kude was able to finish in first with an 8.3, however he only played in 1 game, and Hansen, who appeared in all 7 games, was able to have an 8.2. After beating Manchester United in the FA Cup, we have another game against another Premier League side as we face Watford. I am experimenting with formations as we look to finish out the season on a high note, so I want to make sure we are getting the best out of each of our players, as I've decided to try a 4-2-2-2 in this game, with Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks, Jansen center back, Drummond left back, Murray and Brown at defensive mids, Valera and Lopez at attacking mids, with Hansen and Gordson up top. Watford will be playing a 4-2-3-1. Their 2 biggest threats will most likely be Sarr and Joao Pedro, as they both had high potentials at the beginning, and we are now in 2024, so they are most likely fully grown. In the 23rd minute, Hansen is played in behind before he uses his pace to beat the defenders and put the ball into the back of the net, putting us up 1-0. In the 29th minute, the ball is played in behind our defense before it is crossed into the box and headed into the back of the net, leveling the game at 1-1. Just before halftime, Hansen gets in behind the defense before he cuts it back as he plays it to Valera, who smashes it into the back of the net to put us up 2-1. At halftime, we were winning 2-1. It has been a very even game so far. We have just been able to make more of our chances, and hopefully we will be able to continue that trend in the second half. In the 93rd minute, Ward-Prowse is dribbling in the box before he beats our defender and smashes it near post as it goes in, leveling the game in the dying minutes. After that late equalizer, we are now tied 2-2 at 90 minutes, which means we will have to go into extra time. The first half of extra time, nothing really happened. We are both being more conservative as we do not want to give up that one winning goal. At the end of 120 minutes, we are still tied as we will now go into penalties. This is the order that we will be taking our penalties in. We have Brown, then Hansen, then Valera, then Gordson, then Murray, then McAvoy, then Hendricks, then Jensen, then Drummond, then Laird, then Gillespie. After Gillespie saved 2 penalties, it was up to Murray to put the game away. He sends the keeper the wrong way, putting the ball into the back of the net, winning us the game and allowing us to advance in the FA Cup. After knocking Watford out on penalties, we now have a very tough game as we travel to Stamford Bridge to face Chelsea. Chelsea will be lining up in a 4-3-3. After that Watford game, I've decided to go back to our normal 4-2-3-1. At halftime, we were tied 0-0. We have been the better team as we have 3 shots on target. We have just not been able to make any of those be goals. At 90 minutes, we are still tied 0-0. We have had more chances, we just have not been able to convert those, which means we will now be heading into extra time for the second game in a row in the FA Cup. Just before halftime of extra time, Murray plays Hansen in behind the defense as he puts the ball into the back of the net, putting us up 1-0. After that goal by Hansen, we are up 1-0 at halftime of extra time. We only have 15 more minutes to hold on to this lead, which hopefully we will be able to do. In stoppage time of extra time, Gordson gets in behind the defense, where he looks to cross it to Hansen, but the defender intervenes and puts it into his own net, putting us up 2-0 with no time left in the game. After 120 minutes, we would beat Chelsea 2-0. We definitely were the more dominant team, especially in extra time, which means we will be able to advance in the FA Cup. Looking at our potential opponents for the FA Cup semi-final, we will either be facing Liverpool, Leicester City, or Spurs. In the semi-finals, we were drawn against Spurs as Liverpool will have to face Leicester City. We now get into that game against Tottenham Hotspur as we travel to Wembley Stadium. This is how Spurs will be lining up. They will be playing a 4-2-3-1 with Casteels in goal, Tavares at right back, Montes and Alaba at center backs, Angelino at left back, Ndombele and Skip at defensive mids, Chukwueze at right mid, Foden at attacking mid, Fraser at left mid, with Harry Kane up top. We will be lining up with our normal 4-2-3-1. However, Brown is out suspended, so we'll have Lopez and Murray playing defensive mids, McAvoy at right mid, Gordson at attacking mid, and Valera at left mid. At halftime, we are tied 0-0. Neither team has really had any chances, but hopefully we will be able to get one and convert it in the second half. In the 50th minute, the ball is being passed around the edge of our box before it's played into Harry Kane, who puts it into the back of the net, putting Spurs up 1-0. In the 73rd minute, Hansen is in behind the defense as he shoots, the keeper blocks it, but Valera is able to get the rebound and put it into the back of the net, tying the game. After 90 minutes, we are tied 1-1. We have been the more dominant team in the second half. We have just not been able to convert our chances as we now head into extra time for the third straight FA Cup game. At halftime of extra time, we are still tied 1-1 as neither team really had a significant chance. After 120 minutes, we are still tied 1-1, which means we will now be heading into penalties. Looking at our penalty shooting order, we have Hansen, then Valera, then Gordson, then Lopez, then Murray, then Hendricks, then McAvoy, then Jensen, then Drummond, then Laird, then Gillespie. Harry Kane steps up to take the penalty. He sends Gillespie the wrong way. Next up is Hansen. We will look to put it in the bottom right corner. as we were able to do that, making the PK score 1-1. David Alaba now steps up. Gillespie is able to save it, meaning that if Valera scores, we will have the advantage. He looks to put it top left corner, and he does, putting us up 2-1 in the PK shootout. Next up is Troy Parrott. He tries to chip Gillespie, but he ends up chipping it over the goal. Gordson now steps up as he looks to put it in the bottom right corner. The keeper is able to save it, but we are still up 2-1, and Ndombele now steps up and he completely misses the goal, which means that if Lopez is able to score this, we will win the shootout. We will look to put it right upper 90. Lopez steps up, sends the keeper the wrong way, puts it into the back of the net as we beat Spurs on penalties. This winning penalty by Lopez was able to put us into the next round of the FA Cup. In the second to last game of the season, we will be playing against Fulham. We are both looking to get an automatic promotion spot, so this will be a very important game for both of us. We now get into that game against Fulham. We continue to line up in our normal 4-2-3-1. The only change is that McAvoy is in as Valera is out injured again. Fulham will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. As you can see on the screen now, this is a very, very important game for us, as we do need to be ahead on points as we do not have a high enough goal difference. Just before halftime, the ball is played out wide before it is whipped into the box and is headed into the back of the net by their player, giving them the 1-0 lead. At halftime, we are down 1-0. They have only had one shot on target, but they were able to convert that, so we will have to work hard to get 2 goals in the second half. In the 60th minute, Hansen is able to beat his defender with his speed before he muscles him off, as he is able to shoot the ball into the back of the net, leveling the game at 1-1. In the 81st minute, the ball is pinged around the box before the player gets it and shoots it into the back of the net, putting them up 2-1. After 90 minutes, we did lose 2-1 to Fulham, which means that our chances of automatic promotion are very, very slim. At the end of the league season, we would finish in 3rd as we just miss out on automatic promotion to the Premier League, which means we will now have to play in the playoffs. Looking at the top scorers in the league, Hansen finished 5th with 21 goals in 44 games, and Gordson finished 7th with 18 in 44 games. Murray also finished 23rd with 13 goals in 37 games. Looking at the players who had the most assists in the league, Lopez was able to have the most as he had 14 in 43 games, and Gordson was just one behind him as he had 13 in 44 games. Hansen also had 8 in 44 games. Looking at the goalkeepers who kept the most clean sheets, Gillespie came in 3rd as he had 14 in 38 games. Looking at the players who had the most yellow cards, Brown finished in 2nd with 8 in 40 games. Brown also did have a red card in the league. Looking now specifically at our team in the league, Hansen and Gordson had the most appearances with 44, with Laird, Lopez, and Hendricks being just 1 game behind them. Looking at our top goal scorers, Hansen had 21 goals, Gordson had 18, and Murray had 13. Looking at our players with the most assists, Lopez had 14 assists, Gordson had 13, and Hansen had 8. Looking at our players who were able to keep the most clean sheets, Gordson was able to keep 19, with Laird and Lopez having 18, and Hendricks having 17. Looking at our players who had the most red cards, Laird and Brown both had a red card. Looking at our players' overall average rating, Gordson was able to have the highest with a 7.7. Hansen and Lopez both had 7.5s, and for the most part, our starting 11 had over a 7.0, which is very good. In the promotion playoff semifinals, we will be facing West Brom over 2 legs. But first, we have the biggest game we've ever played as we face Liverpool in the FA Cup final. Hopefully, we'll be able to beat them as they beat us 5-1 in the Carabao Cup final. Looking at the road that we have taken to the final, we have had the harder road. Looking at how Liverpool will line up, they will be playing their 4-3-3 false nine. They have Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold at right back, Hermoso and Van Dijk at center backs, Chilwell at left back, Guilherme at defensive mid, Wendell and Bentancur at center mids, Firmino at center forward, with Salah and Mane out on the wings. For this game, we will be lining up in our 4-2-3-1. We will have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen center backs, Drummond at left back. We will have Murray and Brown at defensive mids, Gordson at right mid, Lopez at attacking mid, and Valera is out injured still, so we will have McAvoy playing left mid with Hansen up top. At halftime, we were tied 0-0. We have had more chances on target, but we have not been able to convert any, which hopefully will change in the second half. In the 48th minute, Sadio Mane beats one of our players before he gives off to Guilherme as none of our defenders step, and he is able to put it into the back of the net to put the Liverpool up 1-0. In the 81st minute, the ball is played out wide before it's crossed back into their Liverpool player before he heads it into the back of the net, putting them up 2-1 with around 10 minutes left to go in the game. In the 89th minute, Alexander-Arnold takes another dangerous free kick before it bounces off the post, before Mane is able to put it into the back of the net, putting Liverpool up 3-0 with virtually no time left. At full time, Liverpool would win 3-0. They were definitely the better team in the second half, which allowed them to truly take control of the game and win it. This is now the second time that we have lost to Liverpool in a cup final. So next year, whenever we hopefully play them in the league, we will hopefully be able to get some revenge against them and also beat them in cup games. Liverpool would get the trophy as they beat us 3-0. Looking at the top scorers in the FA Cup, Hansen was able to have 4 goals in 6 games. Looking at the top assists, Murray was able to have 3 in 6 games. Looking at clean sheets, Gillespie was able to have 2 in 6 games. Looking at our team specifically, McAvoy was able to appear in the most games. Looking at our top scorers, Hansen had 4 goals, Valera had 2 goals, Brown, Murray, and McAvoy each had 1 goal. Looking at assists now, Murray had 3 assists. Brown, Hansen, Gordson, and McAvoy all had 1 assist. We were only able to keep 2 clean sheets in the FA Cup, and that happened whenever we played our best players. Brown, Hendricks, Lopez, and Arnos were the only players to pick up any cards. Looking at our average overall ratings, we had all of our players playing exceptionally well, as Brown had 7.9, Hansen and Drummond both had 7.8, Valera and Romano had 7.7s, and Murray had a 7.6. We will now have to shake off that tough loss to Liverpool as we faced West Brom in the Championship playoffs. Looking at how we will be lining up for the playoffs, I've decided to switch us to a possession-based 4-3-3, as we will be playing with Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen as center backs, Drummond at left back, Brown at defensive mid, Murray and Lopez at center mids, Hansen up top with Gordson at right wing and McAvoy at left wing, with Gillespie in goal. West Brom will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 30th minute, Lopez is played into the box where he cuts it back, turns his defender, and smashes it near post to give us the 1-0 lead. At halftime, we are up 1-0. We have been completely dominating this game as we have 5 shots on target and we have had 72% of the possession. Hopefully we can keep this up in the second half to make sure that they do not score any goals. In the 67th minute, Murray is able to dribble past defenders before he cuts it back in the box and puts it near post, giving us the 2-0 lead. At full time, we would go on to win 2-0 as we take the very critical 2-goal lead on aggregate heading into the second leg. We now get into that second leg against West Brom. I have not made any changes from the first leg as we line up in that 4-3-3 again. West Brom will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. They have made a couple of changes, but hopefully that will not be enough. At halftime, the score is 0-0. We have had 75% possession because they cannot score if they don't have the ball. During stoppage time in the second half, their player is able to dribble towards the end line before he crosses it back post as they score, making the score now 1-0. After that late goal by West Brom, they would win the game 1-0, but we would win the tie 2-1, which means we will be advancing to the championship playoff finals. In the other semi-final tie, Cardiff City beat Bristol City 3-2 on aggregate. That means we will be facing Cardiff City in the promotion playoff final as we both look to go up to the Premier League. We now get into that championship playoff game against Cardiff City from Wembley Stadium. After those semi-final games, it all comes down to this game. Cardiff City will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will again be lining up in that 4-3-3 as we look to dominate possession and control the game. In the 4th minute, Laird dribbles the ball all the way from our half before he gets into the box, beats a defender, and shoots it, putting it side netting, giving us the 1-0 advantage very early on in the game. In the 19th minute, Drummond is dribbling in behind the defense before he crosses it back post to Gordson, who can easily tap it into the back of the net, putting us up 2-0. In the 30th minute, Drummond plays McAvoy, who plays Hansen before Hansen plays it back through to McAvoy as he scores, putting us up 3-0. At halftime, we're up 3-0. This is the perfect position of where we want to be as we now look to finish out the game. In the 62nd minute, the ball finds itself out wide before it's crossed into their player, who is able to volley it into the back of the net, making the score 3-1. In stoppage time of the second half, Arnos loses the ball before it is played out to the Cardiff City player, who gets the ball and absolutely curls an absolute banger into the back of the net, making the score 3-2. However, it will be too little too late. Those 2 second half goals by Cardiff City would not be enough as we beat them 3-2. We now get the trophy celebration underway. This was a very interesting game that we did end up winning. All the players are absolutely ecstatic. I'm so happy. It took us 3 years in the championship to finally get promoted. We definitely deserved to get promoted this season as we were a very, very good team. And we look forward to playing in the Premier League next year. I will most likely not be making any changes to the squad as I like our good, solid youth core. The players will now line up to lift the trophy. Murray, the captain, will be the one to lift the trophy, even though it's not there. And Murray lifts the trophy. The fans are all going crazy. I'm going crazy as well. The players are going crazy. This is an absolutely amazing day for the club, and it will certainly be one that we will always remember. At full time, it was a 3-2 win for us as we beat Cardiff City to go to the Premier League. It was a very even game. We were just able to make more of our chances, which is something we will have to retain in the Premier League. There is the team, Cambridge United, Championship Playoff champions. This was a extremely rough season for us, and on our third attempt of getting promoted, we finally have been, as we now will be playing in the Premier League next season. Looking at the top scorers in the Championship playoffs, we had Laird, Murray, Gordon, McAvoy, and Lopez all score 1 goal. Looking at assists, Laird, Hansen, Murray, McAvoy, and Drummond all had 1. Looking at the overall top scorers for the season, Hansen had 34 goals in 63 games, and Gordon had 23 goals in 63 games. Looking at the players who had the most assists, Lopez had 18 assists in 62 games, Gordon had 14 assists in 63 games, Hansen had 12 in 63, and Murray had 12 in 55. Looking at the players who were able to keep the most clean sheets, Gordon had the most as he had 27 clean sheets, Lopez and Laird had 25, and Brown and Hendricks had 23. Looking at our players who had the highest overall, Gordon is now an 89 overall, Valera is now an 80 overall, Hansen, Brown, Lopez, and Hendricks are all now 79 overalls. Looking at our players who increased by the most overall, Akuyan increased by 10 overall as he is a youth player who has a 5-star weak foot, high attacking and high defensive work rates with excellent pace and shooting and dribbling. I was training his defending, which is why he was able to go up so much. Mueller went up 8 overall as I am looking to have him and Gillespie battle for the goalkeeping job next season. Jansen went up 7 overall as I wanted to make sure that I had a solid center back to pair with Hendricks. Looking at our overall managerial career, we are still only with Cambridge United. We did not win any trophies this year. We did not get a bigger win than 5-0. We did get our biggest defeat as we lost 5-1 to Liverpool. Our record transfer fee is $3.2 million, and we have played a total of 310 games. We have won 201, drawn 55, lost 54. We have scored 567 goals while only allowing 296. Looking at this 2023-2024 season specifically, the club wanted us to gain automatic promotion, which we did not do. However, we were still promoted. The club wanted us to reach the round of 32 stage in the FA Cup, which we did as we made it to the final. We also made it to the final of the Carabao Cup. We did not win Manager of the Month, and we also have yet to win Manager of the Year. We did not have a record transfer fee paid, as we did not buy any players this year. The record transfer fee that we received was for our young right back Tremblay of $7.8 million. We did finish 3rd in the league. In the season, we played 67 games. We won 52. We drew 10. We lost 5. We scored 136 goals while only allowing 59. Looking at the club financially, the club is now worth $210 million. We are projected to be worth around $385 million. However, that will just only increase as we play in the Premier League. Looking at some of the transfers that we have made for next season, Forster, Kude, El Basir, Price, and Akuyan will all be going out on loan. Thank you all for watching. If you have any tips or anything, leave them down in the comments. If you want to see the rest of this series, check out the playlist on the screen. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we are back with another episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. In the preseason, we were able to win the trophy, but more importantly, we were able to win the prize money. For our youth academy, I am sending all of our scouts to South America this season. So for the first 3 months, we will have a scout in Uruguay finding a goalkeeper, a scout in Argentina finding some playmakers, and a scout in Chile finding some strong players. Looking at the teams that are in the Premier League this season, in these first 8 teams, there's not really any surprises. In these next 8 teams, there are not any other surprises. The last 2 teams, Watford and Wolves, are also not any surprises, as all the teams look very good, so this will be a difficult season for us. Looking at how we will be lining up throughout the season, we will be playing that 4-3-3 holding that we started using last season in the playoffs. we will have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jensen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Brown at defensive mid, Murray and Lopez at center mids, Gordson at right mid, Valera at left mid with Hansen up top. We will have McAvoy and Saldi, Campbell, Costa, Ennis, Rodriguez, and Mueller on the bench. Looking at our team rating now, we are now a 4-star team. We have an 81 overall offense, a 75 overall midfield, and a 76 overall defense. Looking at the players that are transfer listed, Bakili does not have a solid starting role in the team anymore, so I'm clearing room for more young, promising players. I have decided to sell Omergic as he no longer has the potential he used to have. I've decided to sell Wadent as he, like Bakili, will not be playing much and we need to make room for some younger players. I've decided to sell Martinez as he is a youth player who just does not have good enough potential. I've decided to loan out Issa, Nasser, and Costa, and Saldi, Paolo, Guzman, Campbell, and Owusu, just because none of them will be getting enough playing time, so I want to make sure that their potentials will still increase. We now get into the first game of the season as we host Crystal Palace. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. Crystal Palace will be lining up in a 4-5-1. Meyer and Usunda will most likely be the two dangerous threats, so they are the players we will have to watch out for. In the 26th minute, Laird bursts through the defense where he gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net, putting us up 1-0. In the 32nd minute, Murray plays Gordson in behind before he gets the ball and curls it into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 38th minute, Murray plays Hansen in behind the defense before he takes a touch and volleys it post in, putting us up 3-0. In the 76th minute, Gordson is played in behind before he lays it across to Hansen for the tap-in to put us up 4-0. In the 91st minute, their player is dribbling towards the end line before he cuts it back as their player puts it into the back of the net, making the score 4-1. The final score of that game would be 4-1. We definitely just dominated the game, so we definitely deserve this win as we start off the season on a good note. After one of our league games, Valera has picked up an injury as he will be out for 4 weeks. We now have a big game in the league as we host Manchester City. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding, and since Valera picked up that injury, McAvoy has stepped into the lineup. Manchester City will also be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. They still have kept some of their key players like Ederson, De Bruyne, Rodri, Silva, and Sterling, and Cancelo, who will also most likely be the most dangerous players. In the 15th minute, McAvoy spots Gordson making a run before he plays him in behind as he puts it past Ederson to put us up 1-0. In the 51st minute, Murray plays Hansen in behind before he knocks it back across to Murray to put us up 2-0 in the game. At full time, we would go on to beat Manchester City 2-0. There was not a lot of chances in this game. We were just able to convert all of the ones that we had, meaning that we were able to get these crucial 3 points against Manchester City. Our youth scouts have returned from their first 3 months of scouting, and we now have them going out to find technically gifted players from Brazil, defensive-minded players from Bolivia, and physically strong players from Paraguay. After hosting Manchester City in our last match, we now host Manchester United. We will still be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding, as the only change that we have made from the Manchester City game is that Valera has returned from injury, so he will return to the starting lineup. Manchester United will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. Their team is a very well-built team, so this will be a tough game for us. In the 28th minute, Gordson plays Lopez before he plays him back. He gets the ball and he scores near post to put us up 1-0. At full time, we would go on to beat Manchester United 1-0 thanks to that goal from Gordson early on in the game. There were not many chances, but that does not matter as we were able to convert our one chance as we steal another crucial 3 points. We now travel to the Molineux Stadium to face Wolves. Wolves will be lining up in a 5-2-3. Their left mid, Paolo, is one of our youth players that we loaned out. We will still be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. I've decided to start McAvoy over Valera because McAvoy has potential to be special, and I want to make sure that he grows to be the player that he could be. In the 12th minute, Paolo gets the ball out wide before he crosses it into their striker, who puts it into the back of the net, putting the Wolves up 1-0. In the 49th minute, McAvoy is dribbling down towards the end line before he cuts the ball back into Gordson, who puts it into the back of the net, tying the game at 1-1. At full time, we would draw against Wolves 1-1. It was a very even game, so the draw was fully deserved. After that game against Wolves, we now host Spurs. We will again be using that 4-3-3 holding. Spurs will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will definitely have to watch out for Phil Foden and Harry Kane up top. In the 21st minute, Hansen is dribbling into the box before he crosses it to Gordson as he scores, putting us up 1-0. In the 33rd minute, McAvoy is dribbling towards the end line before he cuts it back to Hansen, who shoots and puts it in the back of the net, making it score 2-0. In the 53rd minute, Sessegnon gets the ball out wide before he crosses it in. Drummond cannot clear it as Harry Kane puts it into the back of the net, making the score 2-1. In the 63rd minute, Sessegnon beats Laird out wide before he crosses it into Kane, who smashes it into the back of the net, tying the game at 2-2. In the 68th minute, we earned a penalty as Hansen steps up to take it, and he shoots it bottom left corner, making it 3-2. At full time, it would be a 3-2 Cambridge United win. This was a very, very close game, but we fully deserved to get the 3 points. We now have our first cup game of the series as we travel to the Emirates Stadium to face Arsenal. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will again be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. In the 33rd minute, McAvoy is dribbling before he plays it through to Hansen, who gets the ball and curls it around the keeper, putting us up 1-0. In the 80th minute, the ball is played into David as he crosses it into Daka, tying the game at 1-1. After 90 minutes, it is tied 1-1, which means we will now go into penalties. Looking at our penalty order, we have Hansen going first, Brown going second, Lopez going third, Gordson going fourth, Costa going fifth, Murray going sixth, and Hendricks going seventh. Pepe steps up to take it, but he sends the penalty wide. Hansen now steps up to the spot as we look to go bottom right corner. He shoots and it goes right off the post. David now steps up. He sends Muller the wrong way but misses the goal. Brown now steps up as we look to go bottom left. The keeper is able to save it. Kase now steps up and he is able to score even though Muller dove the right way. Lopez will now look to put it right upper 90. And he's able to do that as we tie on penalties 1-1. Daka now steps up. He sends Moore the wrong way, but he misses the goal. Gordson will now step up as we look to put it left upper 90. He also misses. Xhaka now steps up to take it. He also misses, meaning that if Costa can score this goal, we will beat Arsenal in the Carabao Cup. We look to go bottom right corner. Costa lines up, he shoots, sends the keeper the wrong way, and scores, meaning that we have advanced in the Carabao Cup. At the start of December, we have gotten some bad news as we find out that Shane Murray tore his hamstring and will be out for 6 weeks. This injury could not have come at a worse time as we have a very, very difficult month of December ahead. We now travel to Anfield to face Liverpool. Looking at the stat, we are now beginning the month of December and Liverpool have still only conceded 4 goals. We have only conceded 9 along with Manchester United and Manchester City, showing that we are one of the bigger teams in the league this year. Liverpool will be lining up in their 4-3-3 false 9. Their team is very, very good, so we will need some luck if we are to win this game. We will be lining up in our 4-3-3 holding. Since Murray is out injured, I've decided to drop Valera in at center mid. In the 17th minute, McAvoy plays Lopez as he plays Gordson in behind, who puts the ball into the back of the net, making the score 1-0. In the 36th minute, Bentancur makes a brilliant run into the box as he gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net, tying the game at 1-1. In the 46th minute, Ndombele is dribbling in behind before he plays it to Bentancur, who absolutely curls it into the back of the net, putting Liverpool up 2-1. In the 50th minute, Ndombele plays the ball in behind, but Jensen intercepts it before Ndombele bodies him off the ball to score the game-winning goal as Liverpool beat us 3-1. After that tough loss against Liverpool, we will look to rebound as we host Arsenal. We have not made any changes from that game against Liverpool as we continue to line up in our 4-3-3 holding. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. They have made many changes from that Carabao Cup game, but hopefully that will not be enough. In the 13th minute, Gordon gets the ball out wide before he plays Valera, and Valera cuts it back and curls it around the keeper to put us up 1-0. In the 54th minute, McAvoy is able to dribble past the defenders before he gets into the box and puts it into the back of the net, making the score 2-0. At full time, we were able to beat Arsenal 2-0. It was a very even game, but we made more of the chances that we got as we pick up the 3 points. After a game against Arsenal, we now have a game against Chelsea. Chelsea will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. We will be continuing to line up in that 4-3-3 holding as we have not made any changes from that Arsenal game. In the 53rd minute, Rabiot was dribbling the ball before he delivers a cheeky pass into their striker who curls it into the back of the net to put Chelsea up 1-0. In the 59th minute, Brown wins the Chelsea goal kick before it gets played into McAvoy, who puts it into the back of the net, equalizing the game at 1-1. In the 78th minute, Gordon is dribbling in the box before he shoots. Player touches it, then it hits the post, and it falls right to McAvoy's feet as he wins us the game 2-1. After that late winner by McAvoy, we are able to pick up another 3 points as we beat Chelsea 2-1, as we look to finish in a Champions League spot. After that game against Chelsea, I realized that the 4-3-3 holding was not working with Murray out injured, so I decided to switch us to a 4-1-2-1-2 wide, as we will look to hit teams on the counterattack to take advantage of our pace. We now host Newcastle in the Carabao Cup quarterfinals. We will be using that 4-1-2-1-2 wide, so we have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Brown at defensive mid, Gordon at right mid, Valera at left mid, Lopez at attacking mid, and McAvoy and Hansen up top. Newcastle United will be lining up in a 4-4-2. In the 21st minute, their player gets the ball out wide before he plays it to his teammate who crosses it into the box as Batshuayi is able to put the ball into the back of the net, giving Newcastle the 1-0 lead. In the 41st minute, Newcastle whip a corner in before Gillespie punches it away, but Laird loses the ball to Batshuayi, who puts it into the back of the net, making the score Newcastle 2, Cambridge United 0. In the 65th minute, the ball is played into Mark Roca, who gets the ball, shoots into the side netting to put Newcastle up 3-0. In the 79th minute, Newcastle have a winger out wide as he crosses the ball into an unmarked striker before he puts the ball into the back of the net, making the score now 4-0 Newcastle. In this 87th minute, Valera whips the ball into the box before the keeper punches it away, and McAvoy volleys the ball into the back of the net, making the score 4-1 late. Looking at where the team is in all competitions in the league, we are in 3rd place, which means we will be playing in the Champions League next season. We also have Gordon, who is currently in 4th for the Golden Boot, but he is only 1 goal off, so we could have a Golden Boot winner in our first season in the Premier League. In the Carabao Cup, we were knocked out in the quarterfinals 4-1 by Newcastle. In the FA Cup, we have been drawn against Norwich. That game will be the first game of the next episode, so if you want to see that, subscribe. I hope you all enjoyed watching this episode, and it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today, to kick off our next episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory, we have our FA Cup game against Norwich City. For this game, I will be experimenting a little bit, so I will be lining up in a 4-3-1-2, as we have Laird at right back, Hendricks and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Gillespie in goal, Brown at center mid, Lopez at right center mid, Gordon at left center mid, Valera at attacking mid, with Hansen and McAvoy up top. Norwich City will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 15th minute, Hansen Maradonas his defender before he cuts into the box. He shoots, putting it into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 40th minute, our youth player Gallardo is able to beat a defender before he's one-on-one with the keeper. He puts it near post to put us up 2-0. In the 62nd minute, the ball is played out to the wing before it's cut back. Their players dummies the ball before their striker gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net, making the score 2-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Norwich 2-1 as we advance in the FA Cup. Looking at our youth academy, I've decided to send one of our scouts to Colombia to find some playmakers. I've also decided to send another scout to Ecuador to find some strong players, and another scout to Venezuela to find some strong players. So the reason why our youth player Gallardo scored in our last FA Cup game was because Hansen pulled his quad in the game, so he's out for 3 weeks, as we have some tough games coming up, which he will most likely have to miss. We now have a league game against Spurs. Spurs will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. They have some players who are very good now, so this will be a tough game. I've decided to go back to our 4-3-3 holding, as I feel like the 4-3-1-2 just wouldn't work against tougher opposition. In the 72nd minute, Gordson is dribbling above the box before he backheels the ball into Lopez, who hits it first time into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. At full time, we go on to beat Spurs 1-0 thanks to that goal by Lopez, as we pick up the crucial points in the league. We now travel to Old Trafford to face Manchester United. Looking at this Manchester United squad, they will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1, and they have players all around the pitch who are very, very good, so this will be a tough game. We, again, will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. At full time, we would go on to tie Manchester United 0-0. It was a very, very boring game as there was no shots on target, but we pick up 1 point, which is not great, but it's also better than picking up 0 points. Looking at how I will be sending out our youth scouts for the rest of the season, I will be having a scout go to Peru to find some attackers, a scout go to Mexico to find some technically gifted players, and a scout go to Spain to find some playmakers. We now host Chelsea in the league. We again will be lining up in this 4-3-3 holding. I decided to put Valera into the starting lineup, as I feel like he can make a big difference in this game. Chelsea will also be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding, as this game will be a battle of players and tactics. In the 50th minute, their striker is able to get a shot off from the top of the box as it hits the crossbar, and Gallagher wins the header over Laird as Chelsea go up 1-0. In the 78th minute, one of their players gets a shot. Hendricks does a good job to block it, but the rebound falls to their striker as he puts it in the back of the net to put Chelsea up 2-0. At full time, Chelsea would go on to beat us 2-0. They dominated the game, so the result that we got was deserved. After that tough league game against Chelsea, we now travel to the Emirates Stadium to face Arsenal. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-3-1. We will especially have to watch out for David, their attacking mid, and Daka, their striker. For this game, I've decided to experiment with the formation a little bit, as we will look to line up in a 3-1-4-2. We'll have Gillespie in goal, Hendricks at right center back, Jansen at center back, and Drummond at left center back. Brown will be our defensive mid. Lopez and Murray will be our center mids. Laird will be out wide on the right. Valera will be on the left, with Hansen and Gordson up top. In the 26th minute, Hansen plays Gordson in behind. Gordson beats the defender, then opens his hip and curls it into the back of the net to put us up at 1-0. In the 40th minute, Arsenal played the corner short. Vargas played into Pepe. He turns, he shoots and scores to tie the game at 1-1. In the 60th minute, Daka and David are able to do a give and go before Daka puts it near post to put Arsenal up 2-1. In the 81st minute, Hansen plays Murray in behind before he gets the ball, puts it in from the tight angle to tie the game at 2-2. At full time, we would go on to tie Arsenal 2-2. It was a very even game, so the draw was fully deserved. In that game against Arsenal, Victor Gordson suffered an injury as he dislocated his shoulder, and he will be out for 8 weeks, which also means he will be out for the rest of the season. In one of our league games, Valera also suffered an injury as he tore his groin, and he will be out for 6 weeks, which will also be till the end of the season. Heading into the last game of the season, we are currently in 4th place with 76 points, and Arsenal are 5th with 75 points. We are currently in the last Champions League spot, and our opponent for this final game of the season, we will be facing Manchester City, who need a win in order to make sure that they win the title, as Arsenal will be facing Fulham, who are currently in 20th place and will already be relegated. During our game against Manchester City, the Arsenal and Fulham game is the only game that we care about. We now get into the last game of the season as we face Manchester City. Manchester City will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. For this game, with the injuries to Gordson and Valera, I've decided to go with a 5-3-2, we will have Gillespie in goal, Laird at right wing back, Rodriguez, Hendricks, and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Brown at center mid, Lopez and Murray at the outside center mids, with McAvoy and Hansen up top, as we will look to sit back and hit them on the counterattack. In the 32nd minute, Hendricks is not able to control the ball as the ball gets crossed in. Jansen can't control the ball before Carrera puts it into the back of the net to put Manchester City up 1-0. In the 38th minute, McAvoy plays Hansen. He lets the ball roll across his body before he gets the ball, turns and shoots to tie the game 1-1. In the 52nd minute, McAvoy loses the header before it falls to Lopez as he plays Hansen behind, and Hansen shoots and scores, making the score 2-1. In the 56th minute, Manchester City work the ball around the box before they play Iniketa, who beats Jansen and puts it in the back of the net, tying the game at 2-2. In the 77th minute, Sane gets the ball out wide before he plays it to his teammate as he plays it to Keita, who puts it in the back of the net to make the score 3-2. In the 82nd minute, Sane plays his teammate again as he lays it across for Keita, who puts it in the back of the net, making the score 4-2. At full time, we would go on to lose to the eventual champions Manchester City 4-2, as we did not finish in Champions League place as Arsenal beat Fulham. Looking at the league table at the end of the season, we did finish in 5th. We were only 2 points off of a Champions League spot, but we were also only 2 points off of not playing any European football next season. One good thing to come out of the league this season is that Gordson got the Golden Boot as he scored 23 goals in 34 games. Lopez tied for second as he had 10 assists in 35 games. Gillespie, our goalkeeper, tied for third for most clean sheets as he had 14 in 38 games. Looking now at where we placed in each competition that we participated in this season, we finished 5th in the league. In the Carabao Cup, we were knocked out in the quarterfinals by Newcastle as they beat us 4-1. In the FA Cup, we were knocked out relatively early by Manchester City in the 4th round as we lost to them 6-1. Looking now at the overall stats for the team from this season, looking at appearances, Drummond and Laird appeared in the most games as they appeared in 48 games. Brown and Hendricks appeared in 47 games, and Gillespie and Jansen appeared in 46 games. Gordson was able to score the most goals as he scored 28 goals, Hansen scored 17, and Murray contributed 12. Looking at our players who had the most assists, Lopez had the most as he had 12 assists, Hansen and Gordson tied for second as they both had 8 assists, and Murray came in third as he had 5 assists. Now we are looking at our players who are on the field to keep the most clean sheets. Drummond and Gordson tied for first as they both had 19 clean sheets. Laird was in second with 18, and Gillespie, Brown, and Hendricks had 17 clean sheets. Looking at our highest overall players, Gordson is now the best player in the team by far as he is a 92 overall. Hendricks is an 83 overall. Lopez is now an 82 overall. Gillespie, Hansen, and Valera are all now 81 overalls. Looking now at our players whose overall increased the most, Ricardo Diaz's overall went up by 15, as I look to have him replace Gillespie in goal next season. Gillespie's overall went up 5, so did Nasser and Tweeney, Bassir, Clucci, and Adama, and going up 4 overall was Gallardo and Caldera. Brown was the only player whose overall went down, as his overall did go down 1, as he is now 30 years old. Looking at our most valuable players, Victor Gordson is now worth $160 million, Hendricks is worth $58.5 million, and Lopez is worth $54.5 million. Looking at some of the deals that we have agreed to going into next season, Alex Navas will be heading out on loan, Diego Rodriguez will be heading out on loan, Caldera, Ennis, Mueller, Murphy, and Antuini have all been sold. Romano, Clucci, and Phillips will also be heading out as they have been sold. Vasquez and Edwards will be heading out on loan. Looking at our club from a financial viewpoint, the club is now worth $521 million with a projection of $880 million. Looking at our overall managerial career, Nothing really changed except for our biggest defeat was 6-1 versus Manchester City in that FA Cup loss. We have now played 358 games. We have won 232 of those. We have drawn 62. We have lost 64. We have scored 655 goals, and we've only conceded 347 goals. Looking at this season specifically, the club wanted us to finish mid-table. We were able to finish in 5th place. The club wanted us to reach the round of 16 stage in the FA Cup, which we did not do as we were knocked out in round 4. In the Carabao Cup, we made it to the quarterfinals. We did not win Manager of the Month or Manager of the Year. The record transfer fee paid this season, we did not have any as we again did not buy any players. The highest transfer fee that we received was for Omrigic of $19.4 million. This season we played 48 games, we won 31, we drew 7, we lost 10, we scored 88, and we allowed 51. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. If you want to see more of this series, check out the playlist on the screen. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we have another episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. And to start this episode off, at the end of last season we were offered the US men's national team job. I have accepted the job, and if you want to see me continue on with this, or if you don't, vote on the poll. Looking at how the team will be lining up this season, I will be looking to line us up in a 5-3-2. It is a very defensive formation, as I feel that's the only thing we've really been struggling with, as we have very good attacking players. The teams overall, we are now a 4.5 star team, as we have a 77 rated offense, an 82 rated midfield, and a 78 rated defense. Looking at some of the players that I will be looking to get rid of this season, Arnos, Ferreras, and Forster are all being transfer listed just because they don't have high enough potentials anymore. Gillespie will be loaned out, as I will look to play our youth player Diaz in order to accomplish the youth development achievement. I will also be loaning out Nasser, Elbasir, and Campbell. We will also be looking to loan out Vergara and Durate. For the first season in a while, we did not have a strict financial requirement, which is why I have not been buying any players. And this season, as we are now a bigger club, I am looking to bring in a striker and a center back, and these are the players that I have been looking at. Out of all those players, the 2 players I have decided to look to buy are Leander Dendoncker and Silas Wamangituka. Both of them have agreed to join the club, as they are our first 2 big transfers and our first 2 transfers in 4 seasons. I am also looking to bring in a center midfielder, as I just feel like we could use with a little bit more variety. And the main player I have looked to go after is Lucas Paqueta. I've also looked to go after Rolls, as he was with us on loan in the first season, and he could be a very good bench player. Both of them have agreed to join the club, as we bring in Paqueta and Rolls returns to the club. After those other players that we have brought in, I've decided to sell Hansen, as he no longer has a spot in the starting 11, along with Valera. We now get into the first game of the season, as we play Sheffield United. Sheffield United will be lining up in a 5-3-2. We will also be lining up in a 5-3-2, as we will have Diaz in goal, Laird at right back, Hendricks, Dendoncker, and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Murray at center mid, Gordson at left center mid, Lopez at right center mid, with McAvoy and Wamangituka up top. In the 78th minute, Gledson gets the ball before he turns Jansen, gets in behind our defense, and puts the ball in the back of the net to put Sheffield United up 1-0. That goal by Sheffield United would be the only goal, as they go on to beat us 1-0 in the first game of the season. After that loss against Sheffield United, I realized that we were truly playing too defensively, so I decided to switch us to a 4-3-3 holding, as we will have Diaz in goal, Hendricks at right back, Dendoncker and Jansen at center backs, Drummond at left back, Murray at defensive mid, Lopez and Paqueta at center mids, McAvoy and Gordson out wide, with Wamangituka up top. This team is going to be our backup team, and they will be playing a 4-2-3-1, as it is full of very promising youth players and also some not so promising players who will just be looking to get some game time. As I feel like as we are a bigger club, this team will be playing more frequently now. After the Europa League playoffs, we have been drawn in Group A, as the teams we will be facing are Marseille, FC Midtjylland, and Victoria Plzen. We should be able to win this group, and if we don't win, then we should definitely finish in second. We now get into our first Europa League game as we face Victoria Plzen at Doosan Arena. Victoria Plzen will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. In the 32nd minute, the ball is played into their striker, where he turns Jansen and puts the ball in the back of the net to give Victoria Plzen the early 1-0 lead. In the 40th minute, Paqueta is able to dribble the ball through their defense before he is one-on-one with the keeper and puts it in the back of the net, tying the game at 1-1. In the 73rd minute, Wamangituka finds himself in behind the defense before he uses his speed to make sure he stays away and puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 2-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Victoria Plzen 2-1 as we get our first Europa League victory. We now travel to Anfield for a very important league game against Liverpool. Liverpool will be lining up in their 4-3-3 false 9. The only two changes that I see that they've made from last season is Ferland Mendy at left back and Martin Odegaard at center mid. We will be sticking with our strongest 11 as we continue to line up in that 4-3-3 holding. In the 8th minute, Drummond is dribbling into the box before Lopez shoots it. Alisson saves it, but it falls right to McAvoy's feet as he puts us up 1-0 early in the game. In the 15th minute, Lopez plays Paqueta, who shoots. Alisson blocks it, but it again falls right to McAvoy as he puts us up 2-0 with his second goal of the game. In the 21st minute, Lopez plays Wamangituka in behind before he cuts past his defender and curls the ball around Alisson to put us up 3-0. In the 68th minute, Paqueta again dribbles around the defense where he gets the ball in the box and he shoots, putting it past Alisson to put us up 4-0 against Liverpool. In the 83rd minute, a Liverpool player gets in behind our defense before he volleys the ball right upper 90 as Liverpool get a consolation goal, making the score 4-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Liverpool 4-1 in the league as we get a crucial 3 points and solidify our status as a big club. We now have the toughest game of the Europa League group stage as we face Marseille. We have not made any changes to the starting lineup as we face Marseille. Marseille will also be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. The only player that I see as a potential threat is Rian Brewster up top. In the 41st minute, we earned a penalty as Gordson steps up to take it. He shoots left as the keeper cannot save it as we go up 1-0. In the 52nd minute, McAvoy is dribbling in behind the defense where he cuts it back to Lopez, who shoots it first time into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 83rd minute, Gordson dribbles in behind the defense before he shoots the ball near post to put us up 3-0. At full time, we would go on to beat Marseille as we were definitely the more dominant team, as we are now first in the group. Looking at our youth scouts, I've decided to send our 3 scouts out for the rest of the season, as I will have one going to the Ivory Coast to find some strong players, another one going to Cameroon to find some strong players, and another one going to Nigeria to find some attackers. We now travel to the Etihad Stadium to face last season's champions Manchester City. Man City will be lining up in their 4-3-3 holding. Ederson will be in goal, Reece James will be playing right back, Kabak and Torres will be center backs, Semedo will be left back, Sukek will be playing defensive mid, Keita and Rodri will be center mids, Silva on the right, Griezmann up top, and Sterling on the left. We will again be putting out our strongest 11 to face Manchester City. In the 17th minute, Drummond spots Lopez making the run before he muscles off Keita as he curls the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0 early in the game. That goal by Lopez would be the only goal of the game as we beat Manchester City 1-0. They definitely dominated the game more, but Diaz was having an amazing day in goal. We now travel to the Emirates Stadium to face league-leading Arsenal. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. Their most dangerous player is definitely their striker Daka, as we will have to make sure he is not effective today. We again will be lining out our strongest 11 as we play our 4-3-3 holding. After Arsenal scored earlier in the game, we earned a penalty as Gordson stepped up to take it. He sends it to the right as it goes post in to tie the game at 1-1. Just a couple of minutes later, we counter after an Arsenal corner as Hendricks plays Gordson in behind before Gordson shoots and scores to put us up 2-1. In the 43rd minute, Pepe beats Jansen before he crosses it into their left back, who puts it in the back of the net, tying the game at 2-2. Just a couple of minutes after halftime, Tupuga plays Lopez in behind the defense before he curls it around the keeper to put us up 3-2. After Arsenal equalized the game, Gordson steps up to take another penalty as he sends Pickford the wrong way to put us up 4-3 late in the game. In the 82nd minute, Pepe again finds the ball out wide as he crosses it into Xhaka, who puts it into the back of the net, leveling the game at 4-4. At full time, we would go on to tie against Arsenal 4-4. This was a very offensive-based game, but we do not mind the draw as we were facing the league leaders. Looking at the player who will be departing us in January, Laird has been sold to Tottenham Hotspur as he is no longer a part of the starting 11. Heading into the month of January, we are now currently in first place in the league as we have 56 points, as Spurs are in second with 50 points, tied with Manchester City. If we can keep this up, this means that we will be Premier League champions. Currently, in the Carabao Cup, we are in the semi-finals as we will be facing Liverpool, who we just destroyed in the league 4-1, so we should advance. In the Europa League, after winning our group, we have been drawn against German side Bayer Leverkusen. This will be a tough tie. In the FA Cup, we have been drawn against Lincoln City. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. If you did, please leave a like down below. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up, guys? It's JTB Gaming here. And to start off this episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory, we have the Carabao Cup semi-finals against Liverpool. Liverpool will be lining up in their 4-3-3 false nine. We will be lining up in our 4-3-3 holding as we continue to line up with our strongest 11. In the 42nd minute, Gordson is in behind the defense before he knocks it across to Tupuga, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 53rd minute, Liverpool are working the ball around the edge of the box before one of their players shoots it. It goes off the post, and then it falls to Lozano's feet as he equalizes the game at 1-1. At full time, it would be a 1-1 draw in the first leg of the semifinals, as we will have to make sure that we win the second leg, but first we have our FA Cup game against Manchester City. For our FA Cup game against Manchester City, we travel to the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. We will continue to line up in our 4-3-3 holding. The only changes that we have made is Lopez is out injured, so Brown will be playing at defensive mid as we move Murray to center mid. In the 7th minute, Brown gets the ball before he finds Tupuga, who turns his defender and then puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0 early in the game. In the 22nd minute, we have a penalty as Gordson steps up to take it. He shoots and converts it to put us up 2-0. In the 74th minute, Manchester City work the ball around the edge of the box before they find an open player who gets the ball and puts it into the back of the net, making the score now 2-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Manchester City 2-1 as we advance into the FA Cup. We now host Liverpool in the second leg of the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup. We will be lining up in our 4-3-3 holding. Lopez makes a return to the starting lineup, so Brown is out and Murray is moved back to defensive mid. Liverpool will again be lining up in their 4-3-3 false nine. In the 53rd minute, Tupuga is in behind the defense. He shoots, Alisson saves it, but it falls right to Lopez, who puts it in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 59th minute, Sadio Mane beats Murray before he plays it into Serge Gnabry, who puts the ball in the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. In the 78th minute, Alexander-Arnold crosses the ball. It is then headed to Lozano, who somehow gets the volley off to put Liverpool up 2-1. At full time, Liverpool would go on to win 2-1 as they advanced to the final of the Carabao Cup. Liverpool won 3-2 on aggregate as they will face Arsenal in the Carabao Cup final. After that loss against Liverpool, I came to the conclusion that we would need some reinforcements for next season, so I'm looking to bring in a right back, a defensive mid, and a striker. The first player that I've brought in is Musa Wag from Atletico Madrid. He can play right back, right wing back, or left back, and we have bought him for $34 million. The next player that I've bought is Lucas Torreira from AS Monaco. He can play defensive mid or center mid, and we have bought him for $50.2 million. The next player that we have signed is Tammy Abraham from Hoffenheim. His contract was expiring, so we were able to get him on a free transfer, as we now are done buying players for next season. We now get into our Europa League game against Bayern Leverkusen. They will be lining up in a 3-4-2-1. They have some very, very talented players, so this should be a challenge. We will again be sticking with our 4-3-3 holding. In the 5th minute, McAvoy plays the ball into Lopez, who crosses the ball into the back post as Gordson is there to finish it to put us up 1-0. In the 10th minute, Gordson gets the ball before he plays it through to McAvoy, who takes a touch and finishes it side netting to put us up 2-0. In the 25th minute, the ball is played across the box before Drummond makes a mistake, where their striker is able to get the ball and put it into the back of the net to make the score 2-1. In the 36th minute, Lopez finds himself on the ball before he plays it to Wamangituka, who puts it far post to put us up 3-1. In the 89th minute, Gallardo finds himself behind the defense before he lays the ball over to Rolls, who puts it in the back of the net, making the score now 4-1. At full time, we would beat Bayer Leverkusen 4-1 in the first leg of the Europa League. In the second leg, I played the backups as we lost 3-0, but we won on aggregate. In the round of 16, we will now be facing Lyon. We now get right into that first leg of the Europa League round of 16 game against Lyon. We have again not made any changes as we continue to line up in our 4-3-3 holding. Lyon will also be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. In the 9th minute, Lyon have the ball out wide before it's played into their player, who crosses it back post as Augustin is unmarked as Lyon go up 1-0. In the 15th minute, Hendricks is on the ball before he plays it to Lopez, who plays it through to Wamangituka, who puts the ball into the back of the net to equalize the game at 1-1. In the 19th minute, Wamangituka gets the ball. He plays it away before he is slide tackled late by Augustin. The referee decides to award him a card, and it is a red card, meaning that we now have a one-man advantage. In the 24th minute, Jansen heads the ball to Wamangituka, who bike crosses it into Gordson, who heads the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-1. In the 45th minute, Wamangituka plays Lopez in behind the defense before he opens his hips and curls it side netting to put us up 3-1. In the 75th minute, Paqueta plays Wamangituka in behind the defense before he muscles the ball off the defender and volleys it into the back of the net to put us up 4-1. At full time, we would go on to win 4-1 against Lyon, as we have a very significant advantage heading into the second leg. I again played the backups in the second leg, as we would only lose that game 2-1, but we would win 5-3 on aggregate. In the quarterfinals of the Europa League, we have been drawn against Villarreal. Looking at April, it will be a very, very difficult month for us, as we have 3 very crucial league games, as well as the Europa League quarterfinals, and we also have an FA Cup game, so this will be a very hard month for the club. However, I think we can pull through. Looking at the league more specifically, we have played one less game than second place Manchester City, and we have 83 points and they have 76 points. So if we were to play a game and play the same amount of games as Manchester City, we could be 10 points ahead. We now head into the quarterfinals of the Europa League as we host Villarreal. We will continue to line up in that 4-3-3 holding as we play our strongest 11. This game will be very important for Paqueta as we bought him from Villarreal. Villarreal will be lining up in a 4-1-4-1. In the 12th minute, the ball goes out wide to Paqueta as he crosses it into Wamangituka before the keeper blocks it, but it falls right to Gordson, who volleys it into the back of the net to put us up 1-0 early on in the game. In the 23rd minute, Dendoncker makes the rare mistake of passing it to the wrong player before their player gets the ball and curls it around Diaz to equalize the game at 1-1. In the 30th minute, Wamangituka uses his speed to get around the defense for his 1-1 with the keeper, and he lifts it over the keeper to put us up 2-1. In the 35th minute, Dendoncker is bodied off the ball before the player plays it into his teammate, who puts it in the back of the net, tying the game at 2-2. In the 73rd minute, Paqueta plays the ball out wide to McAvoy, who crosses the ball into Wamangituka, who beats the keeper and the defender to put us up 3-2. In the 89th minute, Wamangituka is in behind the defense before he does a flare pass to Gordson, who puts it in the back of the net to put us up 4-2. At full time, we would go on to win 4-2, as we have a 2-goal advantage heading into the second leg. We now travel to the Estadio de la Ceramica to face Villarreal in the second leg of the Europa League quarterfinals. Villarreal will again be lining up in a 4-1-4-1, as they have only made one change, and that change was in center midfield. We have not made any changes from the first leg. In the 34th minute, Villarreal get the ball on the edge of the box before they play it through to their teammate, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put Villarreal up 1-0 in the game. Just before halftime, Lopez turns his defender for it, plays Piquetera, who one-touches it to Wamatuka in behind the defense before he puts it side netting to level the game at 1-1. In the 82nd minute, Wamatuka is able to muscle off some defenders before he opens his hips and curls it in the back of the net to put us up 6-3 on aggregate. In the 92nd minute, Piquetera dribbles around his former teammate before he finds Wamatuka in the box, who puts it in the back of the net to complete his hat-trick and to put us up 7-3 on aggregate. At full time, we would go on to beat Villarreal 3-1 in this game. After beating Villarreal 7-3 on aggregate, we will advance to the semifinals. In the semifinals, we've been drawn against our third French side as we face Stade Rennais. In the FA Cup final, we have been drawn against championship side Norwich City. I have not been playing any of the more recent games, as all of the bigger teams have been knocked out in the earlier stages. We now host Stade Rennais in the Europa League semifinal, first leg. Since this formation and team has been working all season long, I have decided I will stick with it for the rest of the season. Stade Rennais will be lining up in a 4-4-2. In the 27th minute, Wamatuka finds himself in behind the defense before he crosses it back post to McAvoy, who puts it in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 49th minute, we earned a penalty as Gorson sets up to take it. He hits it off the right post and in as we go up 2-0. After we lose the ball in the 54th minute, they come right at us with a counterattack, and they score to make the game 2-1. In the 75th minute, Wamatuka gets the ball out wide, and he smashes it near post to put us up 3-1. In the 80th minute, McAvoy is dribbling in the box before he crosses it back post to Wamatuka, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 4-1. At the end of the game, we would beat Stade Rennais 4-1, as we have a huge advantage heading into the second leg of the Europa League semifinals. I again played the subs in the second leg as we simmed the game and we lost 2-1, however we won on aggregate 5-3. After beating Stade Rennais, we have advanced to the final, in which we will face Roma. We now have a very important league game as we face Arsenal. If we get a draw from this game, we will win the title, or if Manchester City lose, we will win the title. We will be keeping a close eye on the Manchester City-Chelsea game. We now host Arsenal in our most important Premier League game yet. We roll out our strongest 11 as we look to clinch the title. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 24th minute, Wamatuka plays Lopez before he spots the run of Piquetera as he puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. Heading into halftime, thanks to that goal by Piquetera, no matter what the result is at the Man City game, we will win the league. The Manchester City-Chelsea game is a 0-0 tie, which just improves our odds of winning the league. In the 57th minute, the ball is crossed into the box. Jansen fails to properly clear it. So does Drummond before it falls right to Pepe, who puts it in the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. At full time, we would tie Arsenal, meaning that we win the league. And the fans go wild, as that draw against Arsenal means that we do go on to win the Premier League. This is an absolutely amazing accomplishment for the club, as this is our first major domestic win. The players are all celebrating as they know how hard the season has been. Going into the season, we were not projected to win the league. However, we defied all the odds and we went on to win the league. There are still 2 games left, which just goes on to prove how dominant we actually are. As the players now go on to lift the trophy, Piquetera is our captain, as he has made the biggest impact this season, so we have given him captaincy. as he will get to lift the Premier League trophy for the first time for Cambridge United. Paqueta grabs the trophy and he lifts it, solidifying us as Premier League champions. There is the team photo of the Premier League champions, Cambridge United. After that 1-1 draw, we have officially won the Premier League, and we did it in stunning fashion as it was definitely a game that kept the fans entertained. Looking at the Premier League table at the end of the season, we did finish in first. We won 30 games, we drew 5, we lost 3, we scored 84 goals, we only allowed 34 as we had a goal difference of 48. We finished on 95 points, and Manchester City finished in second on 94. After winning the league, we now look to win the FA Cup as we face Norwich at Wembley. We will again be lining up in this 4-3-3 holding. Norwich City will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. In the 20th minute, Gordon is dribbling in behind the defense before he cuts it back and smashes the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0 early. At halftime, we are up 1-0. It has been a very even game. However, the scoreline is in our favor, so that is all that matters. In the 61st minute, Norwich are working the ball before they played into their player, who was able to turn Jansen and put the ball in the back of the net, tying the game at 1-1. In the 90th minute, Gordon is dribbling in behind the defense. He beats all the defenders and curls it around the goalie to give us the win with a score of 2-1. After those 2 goals by Gordon, we would go on to beat Norwich 2-1. And the fans at Wembley go absolutely wild as we have won the FA Cup. This is absolutely amazing for the club, as this is our second piece of major silverware in our whole entire managerial career and this season. It has been a relatively easy path to the FA Cup final. However, that should not be taken for granted, as we did still have to beat those teams and we did still have to win everything. As the players now go to lift the trophy, Paqueta, our captain, will be the one to lift. Paqueta now joins the rest of the players as he grabs the trophy. And he lifts the trophy, officially solidifying us as the FA Cup winners. There's a team picture for Cambridge United, the Emirates FA Cup champions. After all that, we would go on to win 2-1. We definitely dominated the game, so we definitely deserve to win. There it is, we are officially FA Cup winners as we beat Norwich 2-1 in the final. Gordon was our only player to finish in the top 3 for any of the categories, as he tied for second with goals, as he had 4 goals in 3 games. We now travel to the London Stadium to face Roma in the Europa League final. Roma will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. Their biggest 3 threats will be Camavinga, Diarra, and Sanchez. We have not made any changes from the FA Cup squad as we continue to line up in our 4-3-3 holding. There is the trophy that we will be playing for as we now get into the game. In the 5th minute, McAvoy is played down the wing before he cuts it back to Lopez, who takes a touch and then curls it around the keeper to put us up 1-0 very early in the game. In the 32nd minute, Gordon is dribbling in the box as he dribbles around 3 defenders before he puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. At halftime, we are up 2-0, and we have been completely dominating this game as Roma have 0 shots on target. In the 49th minute, Lopez gets the ball, he turns around a defender, gets the ball on 18, he shoots and scores to put us up 3-0 just after halftime. In the 53rd minute, Womakuka takes it to the end line before he cuts it back, crosses it into McAvoy, who puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 4-0. In the 90th minute, Roma get the ball out wide, they cross it in, and their striker is able to head the ball into the back of the net as they get a consolation goal, making the score 4-1. After that goal by Gordon, those 2 goals by Lopez, and that goal by McAvoy, we beat Roma 4-1 in the Europa League final. The Fans and the players go absolutely wild as we are now Europa League champions. It's been an amazing journey to get to this point. We have had to face some very, very difficult teams. However, we have taken care of them swiftly. The players all celebrate together, knowing that this is our third piece of silverware this season. As we now look to hoist the trophy, our captain Paqueta will be the one to lift it. Paqueta now steps up to the podium to lift the trophy. He grabs the trophy and he lifts it as we are now Europa League champions. There's the team picture as Cambridge United are officially UEFA Europa League champions. Looking at the match facts for the game, we completely deserve to win 4-1 as we just outplayed Roma in every category. There's the official scoreline as we are officially winners as we beat Roma 4-1 in the Europa League final. Wamangituka and Gordson were our only players to finish in the top 3 of any statistical category, as Wamangituka scored 11 goals in 9 games, and Gordson scored 9 goals in 9 games. Looking at the team stats now, Murray led the team in appearances as he appeared in 65 games, Diaz appeared in 64 games, and Hendricks appeared in 57 games. Looking at our top goal scorers, Gordson finished with the most goals as he scored 34 goals. Wamangituka was a very close second as he scored 30 goals, and in third, Murray scored 16. Looking at our players who had the most assists, Murray and Paqueta both had 13 assists, Gordson had 12 assists, and Wamangituka had 11 assists. Looking at our players who kept the most clean sheets, Diaz kept the most as he kept 20, Murray kept 19, and McAvoy kept 18. Diaz also registered an assist as a goalkeeper. Looking at the highest overall players in our team, Gordson is the best as he is now a 94 overall. Lopez and Hendricks are now 86 overalls, and Jansen, Paqueta, and Dendoncker are 84 overalls. Looking at our players whose overall went up the most, Yassine's overall went up by 9, Vasquez's went up by 8, and Aduma's went up by 6. Looking at our most valuable players, Gordson is now worth $185.5 million. Lopez is worth $95 million, and Hendricks is worth $90 million. Financially, this season, we were able to make a $358.65 million profit, as our club is now worth $996.95 million, with a projection of being $1.57 billion. Looking at our overall career resume, we have won now 3 league titles. We won 2 domestic cups. We did win a Continental Cup. Our record transfer fee was $38.4 million. We have played 425 games. We have won 287 of those. We have drawn 69 and we have lost 69. We have scored 802 goals while only conceding 409. Looking at this 2025-2026 season specifically, the club wanted us to finish in a Europa League spot, but we went on to win the cup. They wanted us to reach the round of 16 in the FA Cup, which we won. They wanted us to reach the final of the European Cup, which we did. We won the Europa League, we won the FA Cup, we were semi-finalists in the Carabao Cup, and we won the Premier League. Surprisingly, we never won Manager of the Month, and we did not win Manager of the Year. The highest transfer fee that we paid was for Dendoncker of $38.4 million, and the highest transfer fee that we received was for Valera of $60.6 million. This season, we played 67 games, we won 55, we drew 7, we lost 5, we scored 147 goals while only allowing 62 goals. I hope you all enjoyed watching. In our next episode, we will be participating in the World Cup with the US men's national team. So if you want to see that, stay tuned. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here. And today we're back with the 15th episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. And to start this episode off, we will be playing in the World Cup with the U.S. men's national team. We are in Group F and we've been drawn with Spain, Slovenia, and the Ivory Coast, so we should advance past the group stage. Looking at how the team will be lining up, we will be replicating the system that we use at Cambridge United, as we use this 4-3-3 holding. We will not be concerned with our offense at all, as we have Gordon, Pulisic, and Weah. The only concern I have is center backs, as we only have John Brooks and Carter Vickers. In the first match of the World Cup, we have a tough game against Spain. In the game between Slovenia and the Ivory Coast, they ended up drawing, so if we can get this win here, it will be extremely crucial. We will now get this first game of the World Cup underway. In the 37th minute, Gordon is dribbling at the keeper. The keeper deflects the ball away before it falls to McKinney, who puts it into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. That goal by McKinney would be the only goal of the first half, as we go into halftime up 1-0. In the 57th minute, Pomykal dribbles around his defender before he lays it to Weah, who was able to put it past the keeper to put us up 2-0. At full time, we would go on to beat Spain 2-0. Looking at the match facts, we definitely dominated this game, and we definitely deserve to win. After that win against Spain, we are now top of the group. We now have our second game of the World Cup as we face Slovenia. If we are able to win this game, then it is almost impossible for us not to win the group. The team will again be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. The only change is that I put Sargent in for Weah, as I'm looking to experiment a little. We now kick off that game against Slovenia. In the 4th minute, Gordon gets the ball before he plays it back to Sargent. He shoots, it goes off the defender and into the back of the net to put us up 1-0 very early in the game. In the 16th minute, the ball is played out wide before McKinney gets the ball. He dribbles past the defenders and he cuts it across to the back post as Sargent puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 19th minute, Slovenia are working the ball on the edge of our box before they're going to play the ball in behind, and as their player beats our defender to put it into the back of the net, making the score 2-1. At halftime, we are currently up 2-1. In the 78th minute, Gordon finds the ball out wide before he crosses it back post to Pulisic, who smashes it into the back of the net to put us up 3-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Slovenia 3-1. Looking at the match facts at the end of the game, Slovenia had more shots on target, however, we were able to make more of our chances. Heading into the final game of the group stage, if we are to get a draw, that means that we will win the group. This is how we will be lining up for that game against the Ivory Coast. I have made 2 changes, as Parks is in at center mid and Trusty is in at center back. If we look at the group stage standings, Spain just beat the Ivory Coast by 5 in the last game, so we definitely should be able to win this game. We now kick off that final game against the Ivory Coast. In the 6th minute, Gordon is dribbling into the box. He cuts it back before he puts it to Parks, who composes himself and puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 33rd minute, Adams plays the ball into McKinney, who plays the ball into Sargent, making the run before he puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In stoppage time of the first half, Gordon finds himself in behind the defense. He gets into the box and he beats the keeper near post to put us up 3-0. At halftime, we are up 3-0, meaning that we will win the group if this result holds. In the 50th minute, we have a corner. Gordon steps up to take it, he whips it in. It finds Trusty's head, who heads it into the back of the net to put us up 4-0. At full time, we would go on to beat the Ivory Coast 4-0. Looking at the match facts, it was a game that we completely dominated, and we definitely deserved to win 4-0. After all the group stage games were played, we ended up winning 3. We scored 9 goals. We only allowed 1, as we had a positive 8-goal difference, as we finished with 9 points in the group, meaning that we will advance to the knockout stages. In the knockout stages, we have been drawn against Poland. We now have that game against Poland. If we are able to beat Poland, that means we will either be facing Cameroon or Brazil. This is how the team will be lining up for this game against Poland. We will be sticking with that 4-3-3 holding, as Brooks and Pomykal are put back into the starting lineup. We now kick off this game against Poland. In the 8th minute, we conceded a penalty as Piatek steps up, he chips the ball and sends Stefan the wrong way to put Poland up 1-0 early in the game. In the 11th minute, Piatek makes a good run in behind the defense before he gets the ball and beats Stefan near post as Poland go up 2-0 after 12 minutes. In the 39th minute, Sargent is dribbling into the box before he lays it across to Pomykal, who puts the ball in the back of the net, making the score now 2-1. At halftime, we were down 2-1 against Poland as Piatek scored 2 and Pomykal scored our goal. In the 50th minute, Brooks is skilled before their player gets in behind the defense as he gets the open shot and puts the ball into the back of the net, putting Poland up 3-1 now. In the 52nd minute, Sargent plays McKennie, who plays the ball in behind Pomykal before he cuts it back and is able to curl it around the goalkeeper to make it 3-2. In the 62nd minute, Gordson is dribbling in behind the defense before he cuts it back to Sargent, who puts the ball in the back of the net, tying the game at 3-3. In the 72nd minute, Poland crossed the ball. Their player heads it to Piatek, who is wide open, and puts the ball in the back of the net to put Poland up 4-3. At full time, we would lose to Poland 4-3. Looking at the match facts, we definitely deserved to lose this game, however we did still put up a good fight. After that 4-3 loss to Poland, we have been knocked out of the World Cup in the round of 16. After the World Cup, we will now get into the club season, and to start things off, we look at the overall of the team. We are now a 5-star team as we have an 84 rated offense, an 83 rated midfield, and an 83 rated defense. For this season, we will be lining up in a 3-5-2 as we will have Diaz in goal, Hendricks at center back, Dendonker on his right, Jansen on his left. We'll have our new signing Torreira captaining the team at defensive mid, with Lopez at left defensive mid. McAvoy will be playing left mid, and Insaldi will be playing right mid. He is a youth player that I have loaned out for a while, but he is now a good overall. Gordson will be playing our attacking mid. Wamangituka will be up top, and he will be joined by our new signing Abraham. Looking at the players that I have decided to transfer list, I have transfer listed Paqueta because he no longer has a role in the team. I have decided to try to sell Wamangituka as I look to bring in a big-time replacement. I have decided to get rid of Murray as he no longer has the potential he once had. I've decided to get rid of Drummond as he just no longer has a purpose in the team and his overall and potential are also down. I've decided to get rid of Rodriguez as he does not have a high enough potential, along with Guidi and Morgan. In that big replacement for Wamangituka, I have decided to sign Alexander Isak. He's a tall, pacey striker who is good with both feet, as he will be a perfect complement to Abraham up top. We now get into the Community Shield game against Manchester City. For this game, we will be lining up in that 3-5-2, as the only change that I've made is Wamangituka is out and Isak is in. Manchester City will be lining up in a 4-3-3. They have not made many changes from last season, but this is still an extremely good team. In the 23rd minute, Isak finds himself in behind the defense before he knocks it through to McAvoy, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 40th minute, Abraham plays Isak in behind before he returns the favor as Abraham is able to curl it into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In stoppage time of the first half, Gordson dinks the ball over the defense for Isak, who gets the ball and then puts it into the back of the net to put us up 3-0 in the first half. In the 64th minute, Manchester City work the ball on the edge of the box before they cross it in to an open player as he puts the ball into the back of the net, making the score 3-1. At full time, we would go on to win 3-1, as goals from McAvoy, Abraham, and Isak were just more than the goal by Manchester City's Sokic. The players now line up to get the trophy. Torreira, our captain, will be the one to lift as we win the Community Shield. Torreira grabs the Community Shield and he lifts it as we celebrate our first trophy of the season, and hopefully there will be more to follow. There's a team picture as Cambridge United are FA Community Shield champions. Looking at the match facts after the game, it definitely was a close game statistically. However, we were able to make all of our chances into goals. We now go into another game where we could win a trophy as we are playing Atletico Madrid in the UEFA Super Cup. Atletico Madrid will be lining up in a 4-4-2. They have kept some key players as they still have Jan Oblak, Jose Maria Jimenez, Saul, and Joao Felix. We will again be lining up in this 3-5-2. In the 38th minute, Itzik is played in behind as he uses his pace to make sure he gets around the defender, and he puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 78th minute, Itzik is dribbling in behind the defense before he finds Gordson, who finds Abraham, who curls the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 87th minute, Dendoncker fails to clear the ball before the ball is played into Sol, who goes around Diaz and puts the ball in the back of the net to make the score 2-1 late in the game. At full time, we would go on to beat Atletico Madrid 2-1, as goals from Itzik and Abraham were more than the goal by Sol. The players now go to celebrate and lift the trophy, as our captain Torreira will be the one to do so. This trophy will be the second trophy of the preseason for us, as this is an amazing way to start off the season. Torreira now picks up the trophy, and he lifts it as the team celebrates, as we officially have won our second European trophy. It may not be a major one, however, a trophy is still a trophy. There is the team picture as Cambridge United are UEFA Super Cup champions. Looking at the match facts at the end of the game, this was a game that could have gone either way. However, since we had more shots on target, we were able to score more, which meant we were able to win the game. This will be the second signing for the club, as I have signed Mark Cucurella. He is a left midfielder, as he will be replacing McAvoy, as he does not have the potential he once had, and he was bought for $83.8 million. As you can see, Cucurella will be inserted right into the lineup, as McAvoy has been dropped. After all of our signings have been complete, we are still a 5-star team. Our offense is now rated at an 86. We now have an 84 rated midfield and an 84 rated defense. Looking at our group in the Champions League, we've been drawn in Group F. We have been drawn with PSG, Anderlecht, and Dynamo Zagreb. We now host PSG in our first Champions League game. We will be sticking with our 3-5-2. PSG will be lining up in a 4-2-4. They have some very good players, and they play a very offensive formation, so this will be a really hard day for our defense. In the 5th minute, Gordson gets the ball. He plays it into Itzik, who plays Abraham in behind the defense as he curls the ball around the keeper to put us up 1-0 early in the game. In the 23rd minute, Cucurella dribbles around the defense before he cuts it back to Abraham, who puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 27th minute, Itzik finds himself in behind the defense as no one stepped to him. He gets a clean shot off and puts it into the back of the net to put us up 3-0 now. In the 41st minute, PSG work the ball on the edge of our box before the ball is played through to their striker, who puts the ball into the back of the net, making the score now 3-1. In stoppage time of the first half, their striker picks it up as he plays it to his striking counterpart, who puts the ball into the back of the net, as PSG make it 3-2. In the 87th minute, Dendoncker is muscled off the ball before PSG find Mbappe, who puts the ball into the back of the net, tying the game at 3-3. In stoppage time of the second half, the PSG player is able to dribble past Dendoncker and Lopez before it gets played into his striker, who puts the ball into the back of the net, making the score now 4-3. At full time, we would go on to lose to PSG 4-3, as we completely choked a 3-0 lead. Heading into the final game of the group, we are going to be playing against PSG, and we need a win in order to win the group. We now travel to the Parc des Princes to face PSG in that final game of the Champions League group stage. PSG have made a few changes, however none of them are extremely significant. I have made one change as I have dropped in Saudi for WOG, as I look to defensively solidify the team a little bit more. In the 60th minute, Hendricks finds himself in the box before he plays Itzik, who quickly turns and finishes to put us up 1-0. In the 71st minute, Itzik is played in behind the defense as he uses his pace to beat the last defender and volleys the ball into the back of the net to put us up 2-0. In the 84th minute, PSG give the ball into their striker. He cuts back and is able to curl the ball into the back of the net, making the score now 2-1. In the 89th minute, the PSG player is dribbling on the edge of our box before he plays their striker in behind the defense as he megs Diaz to tie the game at 2-2. At full time, we would tie PSG 2-2. We definitely did not deserve to draw this game 2-2. However, it's not the end of the world. Looking at the standings at the end of the group stage, we finished second in our group as we won 4, we drew 1, and we lost 1, as we scored 18 goals and only allowed 10, as we had a positive goal difference of 8, as we finished with 13 points, just 1 behind PSG. In the league, we are currently in first, as we have a 3-point lead over second place Manchester City. In the FA Cup, we've been drawn against Blackpool, as this should be an easy win for us. In the Carabao Cup, we have made it all the way to the semi-finals as we face Sheffield United. In the round of 16, we've been drawn against Barcelona, as that will be a very, very tough game. Looking at our transfers, we've sold Murray to Atletico Madrid, we have sold Drummond, we have sold McAvoy, we have sold Paqueta to Barcelona, who we will be facing in the Champions League in just a few weeks. We've also sold Morgan, we sold Soro, and we loaned out the youth player Alves. Thank you all for watching. If you want to see the rest of the episodes of this series, you can check out the playlist on the screen. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we have the 16th episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory, and to start this episode off, we have our Premier League game against Manchester City. We will continue to line up in our 3-5-2. Man City will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding. In the third minute of the game, Insaldi is in behind the defense. He crosses it into Abraham as Abraham smashes the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 29th minute, Man City get the ball inside the box. Then Dunker slides and misses before the player is able to curl it into the back of the net, leveling the game at 1-1. In stoppage time of the first half, Ederson punches out a corner. Lopez then passes it to Hendricks, who gets the ball. He turns and shoots right upper 90 to put us up 2-1 just before halftime. In the 61st minute, Abraham passes the ball to Cucurella. Man City do not step it to him as he shoots the ball in the back of the net, putting us up now 3-1. In the 69th minute, Cucurella plays Abraham in behind the defense. He uses his pace before he opens his hips and curls it around Ederson to put us up 4-1. In the 78th minute, Man City have a corner. It gets crossed in. We can't properly clear it before Skriniar puts it in the back of the net, making the score now 4-2. We would go on to score another goal after that Skriniar goal, as we went on to win the game 5-2, and it was definitely a game that we deserved to win, as we get a crucial 3 points in the league. After that win against Manchester City, we are now 6 points clear of them, as we have 64 points and they have 58 points, as if we can keep this up, we will go on to win the league. Looking now at the transfers that I want to have happen for next season, I am looking at bringing in De Ligt, Upamecano, and Fabian, all on free contracts. We were able to get De Ligt on a free contract. We were also able to get Fabian to agree, as well as Upamecano. As we have a lot of extra money at the club, I am looking to bring in some players for next season, and the first player I'm looking at is Kai Havertz, and the second player I'm looking at is Frenkie de Jong. We were able to buy Kai Havertz, as we bought him for $160 million. We were also able to buy Frenkie de Jong for $125 million from Barcelona. We now host Barcelona in the first leg. I have not made any changes to the starting lineup as we continue to line up in that 3-5-2. Barcelona will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding, and they have De Jong, who we just bought, so hopefully he does not knock us out. In the 6th minute, De Jong fails to complete the pass before he makes a run in behind the defense, and he shoots and scores to put Barcelona up 1-0 early. Just a couple of minutes later, Abraham plays Lopez in behind the defense, as he's then able to put the ball in the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. In the 17th minute, we are working the ball around before Lopez plays Isak in behind the defense, and he chips it over Ter Stegen as we go up 2-1. In the 24th minute, Barcelona are working the ball around the edge of the box before De Jong makes another brilliant run and he puts the ball in the back of the net to make the game 2-2. In the 57th minute, Isak plays Abraham before Abraham backheels it back to Isak, and he shoots and scores to put us up 3-2. In the 67th minute, Gordson plays Isak in behind the defense as he uses his pace to get past the defender and then put the ball in the back of the net to put us up 4-2. In the 72nd minute, Barcelona work the ball on the edge of our box before De Jong plays it to his teammate, who beats Diaz near post to put the score now at 4-3. At full time, the score would be 4-3. We were able to get the win, however, those 3 away goals for Barcelona could prove important. We now travel to the Camp Nou for the second leg of the Champions League tie. Barcelona will again line up in their 4-3-3 holding. We will again be lining up in this 3-5-2. The only changes I have made is I've put Wog at right mid, as Ansaldi has been moved to striker as Abraham is out injured. In the 13th minute, De Jong is dribbling before he plays it into Martinez. He squares it across to Dembele, who puts it in the open net to put Barcelona up at 1-0 early in the game. In the 26th minute, Ansaldi gets the ball, he uses his pace to beat the defense, and he curls it around Ter Stegen to level the game at 1-1. In the 37th minute, Barcelona are working the ball on the edge of our box before Martinez gets open and then puts it past Diaz to put Barcelona up 2-1. In the 41st minute, Barcelona working the ball on the edge of our box before Martinez finds Dembele in behind the defense as he shoots and scores, making the score now 3-1. In the 56th minute, De Jong is dribbling at our defense, he plays it out wide, the ball is then crossed in as Martinez wins the header and puts it in the back of the net to put Barcelona up 4-1. In the 84th minute, Barcelona have the ball out wide, is played into De Jong. De Jong finds a wide open man in the box as he puts the ball in the back of the net, putting Barcelona up 5-1. At full time, Barcelona would go on to win 5-1 as they were definitely the more dominant team. After that tough loss to Barcelona, it does mean that we are knocked out of the Champions League. We made it to the round of 16, however, I feel like we definitely could have made it further. We now have to shake off that tough loss to Barcelona as we travel to the Emirates Stadium to face Arsenal in the Premier League. Arsenal will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. For this game, I am trying out something new as I have switched us to a 4-2-3-1 narrow as I look to have the team possess the ball more. In the 34th minute, Martinelli gets the ball out wide before he sauces up our defenders and puts the ball in the back of the net to put Arsenal up 1-0. In the 53rd minute, Arsenal are working the ball on the edge of our box. Hendricks misjudges the ball as Martial gets the ball and puts it in the back of the net to put Arsenal up 2-0. In the 80th minute, the referee is approaching one of our players as he ends up giving a red card to Hendricks for this challenge. I don't think it was a red card, it might have been a yellow card, but it does not matter as we cannot change the referee's decision. Joshua Kimmich will step up to take the free kick after that Jansen red card as he puts it over and around the wall to put Arsenal up 3-0. At full time, Arsenal would go on to win 3-0, and I definitely will not be using the 4-2-3-1 narrow again. After 2 tough losses in a row, we now travel to Wembley Stadium as we face Manchester City in the FA Cup semi-final. For this game, I have decided to have us line up in a 4-1-3-2, as Hendricks is out injured, so Wog will be playing right back, as we have Dendoncker and Jensen as center backs, Cucurella at left back, Torreira at defensive mid, Gordson, Lopez, and Ansaldi in the midfield, with Isak and Abraham up top. Manchester City will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. In the 39th minute, Gordson is dribbling the ball out wide before he crosses it into Lopez, who chips it right over Ederson to put us up 1-0. In the 45th minute, Gordson is played in behind the defense. He then gets the ball inside the 18 and shoots it near post past Ederson to put us up 2-0. At full time, it would be a 2-0 win for us. That 2-0 win against Manchester City means that we will advance to the FA Cup final. And in that FA Cup final, we will be facing Manchester United. We now have a game against Newcastle United, and if we are able to win this game, it means that we will be Premier League champions. We now host Newcastle United in a possible title-clinching game. We will continue to line up in this 4-1-3-2. Newcastle United will be lining up in a 4-4-2. At full time, it would be a 0-0 draw. The players are now celebrating as they all realize that we have officially won the league and that the league is over. They put in a lot of hard work for all of these games, and they definitely deserve to be celebrating. The players now line up to go to the trophy. Torreira, our captain, will be the one to lift the trophy. Torreira picks up the trophy, and he lifts up the trophy as we go on to win the Premier League. There's the team picture as Cambridge United are now Premier League champions. We now travel to Wembley Stadium as we have the FA Cup final against Manchester United. Manchester United will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. One of their center backs is Upamecano, and he is one of the players that we signed on a free contract. We will be sticking with that 4-1-3-2. In the 37th minute, Abraham gets the ball before he plays Isak in behind the defense as he shoots and beats De Gea to put us up 1-0. In the 70th minute, Manchester United work the ball in the edge of our box, where their player then gets the ball and shoots the ball in the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. After 90 minutes, it is currently 1-1 as we will now head into extra time. At the end of extra time, it is still 1-1, which means we will now be heading into penalties. This is the order that we will be taking our penalties in. We will have Isak going first, then Lopez, then Abraham, then Saudi, then Gordson, then Hendricks, and then Donker. Marcus Rashford steps up to take the penalty, and he sends Diaz the wrong way, putting Manchester United up 1-0. Isak, we now look to put it bottom left corner, as we do, as it is now level at 1-1. Gardner now steps up. He shoots the ball over the crossbar. As if we score this goal, we will have a 2-1 advantage as Lopez steps up to put it right upper 90. And he does, which means we currently hold the 2-1 advantage. Alphonso Davies now steps up to take the penalty. He sends Diaz the wrong way, leveling it at 2-2. Tammy Abraham now steps up as we look to put it top left corner. And we are able to do so as we are now at 3-2. Vargas now steps up for Manchester United, and Diaz is able to save it. And Saudi now steps up from the spot, and if he is able to convert this penalty, we will win the FA Cup. We have to go right down the middle. De Gea unfortunately does not move, as it now is all in the hands of Diaz, as if he can save this penalty, we will win the FA Cup. And their player completely misses as we go on to win the FA Cup, thanks to Diaz, as he jumps the board to celebrate with the fans. At full time, we would win 3-2 on penalties against Manchester United to win the FA Cup. The players are loving it, I'm loving it, as we get another important piece of silverware. We definitely did not have an easy road to get to the final, however it also wasn't a hard road. The players now get in line to celebrate with the trophy, as our captain Torreira will be the one to lift it. Torreira now picks up the trophy, and he lifts it in celebration as we are now FA Cup champions. There's the team picture of Cambridge United, the FA Cup champions. After the season is done, we will now look at how we did in all of the competitions, and in the Premier League, we were able to win the Premier League as we had 101 points. Looking at the players with the most assists in the Premier League, Gordson tied for second with 10, and Lopez tied for third with 9. Looking at the goalkeepers who kept the most clean sheets, Diaz was able to come in third as he kept 18 clean sheets in 37 games. Looking at the players who got the most yellow cards, Torreira tied for second as he had 6 yellow cards in 28 games. Our first piece of silverware for the season was the Community Shield as we beat Manchester City 3-1. As for the FA Cup, we beat Manchester United on penalties to win it. Gordson was tied for the top goal scorer in the FA Cup. In the Carabao Cup, we were easily able to win it as we beat Leeds United 2-0 in the final. Jansen tied for first as he had a red card. As far as European competitions went, we were able to win the UEFA Super Cup as we beat Atletico Madrid 2-1. In the Champions League, we were knocked out in the round of 16 by Barcelona. Despite being knocked out in the round of 16, Isaac was able to tie for the top goal scorer as he had 11 goals in 7 games. Looking now at our squad overall, Diaz was able to have the most appearances as he had 59, Dendoncker had 53, and Isaac had 52. Looking now at our top goal scorers, Isaac was able to have 31 goals, Gordson was able to have 23 goals, and Abraham had 15 goals. As for assists, Gordson had 18 assists, Abraham and Lopez had 13 assists, and Cucurella had 12 assists. Diaz was the player who kept the most clean sheets as he had 25 clean sheets kept. Lopez and Dendoncker had 19, Jansen, Gordson, and Cucurella had 18. Looking at our players with the highest overall, Gordson is by far our best player at the club as he is now a 96 overall, Lopez is a 90 overall, and Hendricks and Cucurella are both 89 overalls. Looking now at our players who had the highest overall change, Quiroga came in first, and Jackson came in second. These were the 2 youth players I was using for our youth academy achievements, so that is why they increased by so much. Alan Brown was the only player on the team whose overall went down as he went down 2 overall and is now a 76 overall as he is starting to get older. Looking at our players with the highest market value, Gordson has a $233.5 million value, Lopez has a $132 million value, Hendricks has a $111 million value, and Jansen has a $104 million value. Just as a reminder of the players who are joining us next season, we will have Kai Havertz, Frankie de Jong, Matthias de Ligt, Fabian, and Upamecano joining us next season. I have sold 2 players in Bello and James as they are youth players who just do not have high enough potentials. Looking at our club financially, the club is currently now worth $1.94 billion with a projection of being worth $2.76 billion. Looking at our overall resume now, we are still with Cambridge United. We have won now 4 league titles. We have won 4 domestic cups. We have won 1 Continental Cup. Our biggest win and biggest defeat did not change. Our record transfer fee is $86 million. We have played a total of 485 games. We have won 338. We've drawn 75. We have lost 72. We have scored 941 goals while only conceding 465. Looking at this 2026-2027 season specifically, the club wanted us to finish in a Champions League place, and we did that by winning the league. They wanted us to reach the quarterfinal of the FA Cup, which we did as we also went on to win it. They wanted us to reach the semifinal of the Champions League, which we did not do as we got knocked out in the round of 16. We went on to win the Super Cup, and we also won the Community Shield. We never won Manager of the Month or Manager of the Year. The highest transfer fee that we paid was for Isaac of $86 million. The highest transfer fee that we received was for Drummond of $118 million. We played 60 games, we won 51, we drew 6, we lost 3, we scored 139 goals while only conceding 56 goals. Thank you all for watching. The next episode of this series should be coming out in 3 days. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off. What's up guys, it's JTB Gaming here, and today we have the 17th episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. And to start things off, we're going to look at the team. We are still a 5-star team. We have a 90 rated offense, an 88 rated midfield, and an 83 rated defense. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. We'll have Diaz in goal, Hendricks at right back, De Ligt and Upamecano at center backs, Jansen at left back, De Jong at defensive mid, Lopez and Fabian at center mids, Havertz at left mid, Gordson at right mid, and Isaac up top, with Abraham, Cucurella, and Saldi, Torreira, Dendoncker, Wog, and Gillespie on the bench. Looking at the players I've decided to transfer list, I've decided to get rid of Torreira, Abraham, and Wog, all because they no longer are first team players. I've decided to get rid of Rolls, Costa, Navas, and Paolo to make room for some high potential youth players on the bench. Gallardo, Gibbs, Ojimo, Jackson, Correga, Quifentes, and Quifentes will also be sold because they do not have high enough potentials. I will be looking out to loan Eldasir, Nasir, Guzman, Vasquez, Avila, Durate. Sangre and Mbappe just because they have very high potentials and they won't be playing that much as we will be playing the first team trying to win all competitions. So I want them to go out on loan to make sure their potentials don't decrease too much. We now start off the season by playing Manchester City in the Community Shield. We will be lining up in that 4-3-3 holding. Manchester City will be lining up in a 4-3-3 holding as well, as they have some very good players in Skriniar and Sane. In the 21st minute, Gorson is dribbling in the box before he finds Lopez as he takes a touch and then puts it past Ederson to put us up 1-0. In the 26th minute, Jansen is dribbling the ball out wide before he crosses it into Lopez, who volleys the ball into the back of the net to put us up now 2-0. In the 35th minute, Manchester City are working the ball in the box before it goes out wide to Sane, who crosses it into their striker, who puts the ball in the back of the net to make the score now 2-1. In the 54th minute, Gordson gets in behind the defense. He's then able to keep possession of the ball before he shoots and scores to put us up 3-1. At full time, we would go on to win 3-1. The players now line up to receive the trophy, as De Ligt, our captain, will be the one that lifts the trophy. De Ligt now grabs the trophy, and he lifts it as we get our first piece of silverware, and hopefully it is the first of many this season. There is the official team picture as Cambridge United are FA Community Shield champions. In the Champions League, we've been drawn in Group C, which is really the group of death, as we've been drawn against PSG, Juventus, and Fenerbahce. In the first game of the Champions League group stage, we host PSG. We will continue to line up in our 4-3-3 holding. The only change that has been made is Hendricks is out injured, so Cucurella is in for him. PSG are lining up in a 4-2-4. They have some very good attacking talent as they have Sterling and Mbappe playing right next to each other. So that will be a very tough task for our defense. In the 10th minute, Gordson is dribbling out wide before he plays it to Lopez. Lopez shoots, but the defender blocks it before it falls right to Isaac, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 34th minute, PSG are working the ball on the top of our box before it's played into Mbappe, who curls it around Diaz to tie the game at 1-1. In the 38th minute, PSG are working the ball on the edge of our box before it's again played into Mbappe, who again puts it past Diaz to put PSG up 2-1. In stoppage time of the first half, the ball is played out wide to Kai Havertz. He skills his defender before he shoots the ball into the back of the net, tying the game at 2-2. In the 56th minute, Gordson has the ball out wide. He plays it back to Lopez. He shoots, the defender blocks it, and it falls right to Isaac, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up now 3-2. In the 71st minute, PSG are working the ball on the top of our box before it's played in Mbappe, who curls it around Diaz to tie the game at 3-3. At full time, it would be a 3-3 draw as we start off the group stage on not a bad note, but also not a good note. We now travel to the Allianz Stadium to face Juventus in the next game of the Champions League group stage. They will be lining up in a 4-3-1-2. I do not recognize any of the players other than Nasser, who is our player who is out on loan. After that PSG game, I decided that we needed a little bit more defensive stability, so I have changed this to a 4-2-3-1, as we will have Hendricks, Upamecano, De Ligt, Jansen in the back, De Jong and Fabian in defensive mids, Havertz, Lopez, and Gordson in the midfield with Isaac up top. In the 5th minute, Gordson is in behind the defense. He cuts across the defender and then puts it side netting to put us up 1-0. In the 26th minute, the defensive player gets the ball, he shoots, goes off the post, and then he gets the rebound and puts it in the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. In the 30th minute, we have the ball on the edge of their box before Fabian is then played in behind, and he puts the ball past their keeper to put us up 2-1. In stoppage time of the first half, Juventus are working the ball on the edge of our box before it's played into their player, who curls it around Diaz to tie the game at 2-2. In the 57th minute, Juventus have the ball gets bobbled around before their striker finds it in the box and puts it past Diaz, putting them up 3-2. In stoppage time of the second half, I made a change and somehow Diaz is not in goal, as is then played into their striker, who puts it past Cucurella as they win the game 4-2. This was definitely not the result that we were hoping for, however we do play them again, so we will have a chance to get revenge. And speaking of that revenge, we now have a chance to get that as we host Juventus at the Abbey Stadium. I've decided to switch us to a 4-3-3 defend after we again did not have much defensive stability against Juventus. Juventus have made one change as Holland is in up top. In the 20th minute, Juventus have the ball, is then played into their attacking mid, who puts the ball past Diaz to make the score 1-0. In the 45th minute, De Jong has the ball before he plays Gordon. He turns his defender and smashes the ball into the back of the net to tie the game at 1-1. In the 59th minute, Gordon is dribbling with the ball. He then turns around and finds Isaac, who then gets the ball and puts it in the back of the net to put us up 2-1. In the 68th minute, Isaac plays Havertz in behind the defense. He collects himself and puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 3-1. In the 84th minute, Havertz finds the ball in the box. He dribbles around a defender. He crosses it back post to Gordon, who puts the ball in the back of the net to put us up 4-1. At full time, we would want to win, as the goal by Oscar was no match for our goals by Gordon, Havertz, and Isaac. We now head into the final game of the group stage, and we have our game against PSG, and if we were able to win, we could win the group. We now travel to the Parc des Princes to face PSG in the final game of the group stage. PSG continue to line up in that 4-2-4, as we will especially have to watch out for Mbappe. We will be lining up in our 4-3-3 defend. In the 23rd minute, PSG lose the ball. De Jong makes a bad pass before it's played into their center mid, who curls it around Diaz to make the score now 1-0 PSG. In the 36th minute, PSG have the ball in the edge of our box. They do some team play together before Diaz is beaten near post as they go up 2-0. In the 49th minute, Sterling has the ball in the edge of our box. He then plays his striker, who then puts the ball in the back of the net to put PSG up 3-0. In the 60th minute, Upamecano wins the ball before he loses it immediately afterwards, and their player is able to put it in near post against Diaz to put PSG now up 4-0. At full time, we would lose to PSG 4-0 as Guri and Tielemans both had 2 goals, as we do not win the group. Looking at how we are doing in all competitions in the Premier League, we are in first by 5 points. In the third round of the FA Cup, we have been drawn against Portsmouth. In the Carabao Cup, we have made it to the semi-finals as we have been drawn against Arsenal. In the Champions League, after finishing second in our group, we have been drawn against Italian side Napoli. Looking now at the players that we have sold Cifuentes, we have sold Wog to Liverpool, we sold Gibbs to a South American team, we sold Paolo to Chelsea, we sold Correga to Montreal Impact, we sold Ajoma to Orlando City, and we sold Rolls to Frankfurt. We sold Torreira back to Arsenal. Elvisir, Vasquez are going out on loan, Sinagre is going out on loan to Spal, Avia is going out on loan to Brighton, and Guzman is going out on loan to PSG. Since we have a lot of money, I'm looking at buying 2 players. I'm looking at buying Mbappe, as he is just an all-around striker, and that is something I feel like we're missing. I'm also considering signing Joao Felix. He is the cheaper option, so I might go ahead and buy him instead of Mbappe. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. If you want to see more content like this, check out some of the other videos on my channel. And it's J2B Gaming, signing off. What's up, guys? It's J2B Gaming here, and today we have the 18th episode of our Cambridge United Road to Glory. And to start things off, we have gone on and signed Joao Felix for $84.3 million. We've also signed Kylian Mbappe on a free contract. Next, we look at the UEFA Team of the Year. We had 3 of the 4 defenders in Cucurella, Jansen, and Hendricks. We had 3 of the 4 midfielders in Gordson, Lopez, and De Jong. And we had 1 of the strikers in Joao Felix, who we just signed. We also made it to the final of the Carabao Cup, where we will be facing Liverpool. We now travel to Wembley Stadium to face Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. Liverpool will be lining up in a 4-3-3 false 9. Their team definitely could be better, however, they still made it to the final, and our former player Hansen is playing their right wing. We will continue to be lining up in this 4-3-3 defend, as we have not made any changes except for Brown being in for De Jong, and Joao Felix will be starting at striker. In the 35th minute, Gordon is played in behind the defense. He shoots, Alisson blocks it, but it falls right to Joao Felix, who puts it in the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the 54th minute, Joao Felix plays Gordson in behind the defense. He turns his defender and then curls it around Alisson to put us up 2-0. In the 68th minute, Liverpool have the ball in the edge of our box. They then play to their striker, who puts it in the back of the net to make the score now 2-1. At full time, we would go on to win 2-1 thanks to goals from Joao Felix and Gordson. The players now line up for the trophy, as our captain Alan Brown, who is retiring at the end of the season, will be the one to lift the Carabao Cup. Alan Brown now grabs the trophy as we lift our first piece of silverware in this episode, and hopefully there will be more to come. This is the team picture as Cambridge United are Carabao Cup champions. In the round of 16, we had an easy tie against Napoli, and we would go on to win 5-2 on aggregate. In the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup, we've been drawn against fellow Premier League side Arsenal. We would go on to knock out Arsenal of the Champions League as we beat them 4-1 on aggregate. In the semifinals, we've been drawn against Real Madrid as we head to the Santiago Bernabeu for the first leg of this Champions League semifinals tie. Real Madrid will be lining up in a 4-3-3 false 9. Lunin is now one of the best goalkeepers out there, and Vinicius Jr. is also a world-class player, so those are the two players we will definitely have to watch out for. We will again be lining up in this 4-3-3 defend, as the only changes we have made from that Carabao Cup game is De Jong is in for Alan Brown. In the 32nd minute, Havertz has the ball. He plays Felix, who turns his defender and puts the ball into the back of the net to put us up 1-0. In the stoppage time of the first half, the ball is crossed in, it goes off the crossbar before it falls right to Vinicius Jr., who heads the ball in the back of the net to level the game at 1-1. In the 54th minute, Gordson is played in behind the defense. He beats his defender and then puts it past the goalkeeper to put us up 2-1. In the 71st minute, Real Madrid have the ball out wide. It is crossed but is deflected, and is then played back to Dani Olmo, who curls it around Diaz to make the score now 2-2. At full time of the first leg, we would tie 2-2, however those are two very crucial away goals. We now have the second leg of the Champions League semi-final as we host Real Madrid. We have not made any changes from the first leg. Real Madrid have made a couple of changes, however we are still going to have to watch out for Vinicius Jr. In the 30th minute, Gordson plays Havertz in behind the defense. He goes around Wan-Bissaka and then puts it past Lunin to make the score now 1-0. In the 40th minute, Joao Felix is played in behind the defense. He's 1-1 with the keeper and puts it past him to put us up now 2-0. In the 61st minute, Real Madrid have the ball in our box. They pass it around before they play to their player, who puts it past Diaz to make the score now 2-1. At full time, we would go on to beat Real Madrid 2-1 thanks to goals from Havertz and Felix as we advance to the Champions League final. We do have some bad news as Joao Felix is suspended for the final of the Champions League. In the Champions League final, we've been drawn against AC Milan. We now get into this Champions League final against AC Milan. AC Milan will be lining up in a 4-2-3-1. I do not recognize many of the players, however they still made it to the final of the Champions League, so they have to be a very good team. We will continue to line up in this 4-3-3 defend, as the only change we have made from that semi-final game against Real Madrid is Isaac is in for Joao Felix as he is out suspended. In the 16th minute, Lopez gets the ball, he plays it to Havertz, he shoots, but Donnarumma just gets his fingertips on it as he sends it wide. The ensuing corner is cleared away, however De Jong is able to win the header. Fabian plays it to Havertz, who plays Jansen, who passes it to Havertz, however Havertz just shoots it wide as we miss a crucial chance.
In the 25th minute, AC Milan have the ball. They're working it on the edge of our box. Their player is able to get a shot off. Diaz makes a save, keeping the game at 0-0. In the 32nd minute, their winger has the ball out wide. It is then played back to their outside back. He plays it back to their defensive mid. The defensive mid is able to get the ball back. He takes a shot, but Diaz is able to save it. The danger is still not away before their right back misses the goal, as we survive a possible goal-scoring opportunity. In the 37th minute, Havertz steals the ball. He plays Isak. Isak beats his defender. He winds up for the shot, but he puts it just wide. That situation could have been different if Joao Felix was in there. However, he is not, as Isak misses a decent scoring opportunity. At halftime, it is still 0-0. However, it has not been a dull game, as there have been chances for both teams. Looking at the match facts, we have had more shots, however we have had the same amount of shots on target. Possession has been very even, as this has been a very even game. AC Milan now make a substitution, as our player who is out on loan, Jamal El Basir, goes in for them. In the 87th minute, we go on to make our first change, as we take Isak out and put Insaldi in, and move Gordson to striker, as Insaldi will be playing our right wing. In the corner right after that substitution, Gordson winds up. He looks to put it just at the top of the six. Donnarumma clears it away. However, it's not actually gone away. De Jong gets the ball. He then plays Upamecano, who plays Insaldi, who shoots. However, he just didn't have the power to put it past Donnarumma. After 90 minutes, it is still tied 0-0. Again, it is still a very, very even game, as neither team has really had an advantage in anything. And this will most likely come down to one scoring chance that one team is just able to convert. In the 95th minute, we win the ball back. Fabian then gets the ball as he is able to dribble forward. He then plays Gordson in behind the defense. He beats one center back. However, he is fouled by the other center back, as that is not called, as we miss a chance. At halftime of extra time, it is still 0-0. AC Milan have started to take the slight advantage in the game. However, that is not a problem, as we are a team who likes to sit off and defend a little bit. In the 119th minute, AC Milan have the ball on the edge of our box before Diaz is able to make a crucial save to keep us in this game. Off the corner, after that save by Diaz, Diaz is able to punch the ball away. However, AC Milan stole the ball. It is played to our lone player before he finds his teammate out wide, before Diaz again makes another crucial save. At the end of extra time, it is still tied 0-0, which means we will be going to penalties. AC Milan were definitely pushing for that game-winning goal. However, we were able to hold off. For the penalties, our order will be Lopez, then Fabian, then Insaldi, then Gordson, then Havertz, then Hendricks, then Jansen, then De Jong, then De Ligt, then Upamecano, then Diaz. We have much better penalty takers than them. However, it can just come down to a matter of nerves. Their player now steps up to take the first penalty. He sends Diaz the wrong way, but he hits it off the crossbar. Lopez now steps up as we look to put it in the bottom left corner. He sends the keeper the wrong way and converts his penalty to give us the 1-0 advantage. AC Milan striker steps up. He shoots and Diaz goes the right way, however he cannot completely save it. Fabian now steps up. He shoots, but he misses it off the post. Their next player steps up, and Diaz is able to save it. And Saldi now steps up as we look to go bottom left. The keeper is able to guess it right and save it. Diaz now has to save this next shot, but he doesn't have to as their player misses it off the post. Gordson now steps up for the penalty as we look to put it in the top right corner, and he is able to convert, meaning that if Diaz is able to save this penalty, we can win the Champions League. Their player now steps up, and he panegas Diaz, but now it is all in the hands of Havertz, as he can win us the Champions League if he is able to score this penalty. We will look to put it in the bottom right corner. He shoots, Donnarumma dives the right way, but he cannot save it as we go on to win the Champions League. At full time of the Champions League final, we would go on to beat Milan 3-2 on penalties after drawing the game 0-0. The players now begin to celebrate as we are now Champions League winners. This has been an amazing journey and it has paid off in the end. We've had some of these players just for a couple of seasons, but we've also had many of them for very long, so this is something that we all feel really good about. In just 9 seasons, we were able to take a team from the bottom of League 2 into winning the Champions League. As the players celebrate knowing that this is the true triumph of every club, we now line up to celebrate with the trophy as our captain, De Ligt, will be the one to lift it. De Ligt now celebrates with the team before he goes on to lift the trophy. He grabs the trophy, and then he lifts it as we are now Champions League winners. There is the team picture as Cambridge United are UEFA Champions League champions. Looking at the standings at the end of the season, we would go on to win the league as we had 100 points. We also won the Community Shield as we beat Manchester City 3-1. We also would go on to win the FA Cup as we beat Arsenal 2-1 in the final. Havertz tied for first with 4 goals in 3 games in the FA Cup, and Isak tied for second as he had 3 goals in 4 games. Cucurella tied for second as he had 3 assists in the FA Cup, and Havertz tied for third as he had 2 assists. In the Carabao Cup, we would beat Liverpool 2-1 in the final. And most importantly of all, we would go on to win the Champions League, beating AC Milan 3-2 on penalties. Havertz ended up tying for second with 7 goals in 13 games in the Champions League. Gordson would finish with the most assists in the Champions League as he had 6 in 13 games, and tied for second was Felix as he had 5 in 12 games. Looking at the players who made the most appearances for the club, Jansen made the most appearances as he appeared in 53 games, Fabian came in second as he appeared in 50, and Dendoncker came in third as he appeared in 49 games. Looking at our top goal scorers, Havertz finished in first with 31 goals, Lopez was in second with 29 goals, and Gordson finished in third with 20 goals. Gordson finished in first with assists as he had 18, Lopez finished in second with 13, and Havertz and Cucurella tied for third with 12 assists. Looking at the players who were able to keep the most clean sheets, Diaz, De Jong, Fabian, Lopez, and Gordson were able to keep 20 clean sheets, Jansen and Hendricks were able to keep 19, and Havertz was able to keep 18. Looking at our players with the highest overall, Gordson is officially maxed out as he is now a 99 overall. Felix, Havertz, and Lopez are all 93 overalls. Jansen, De Jong, Hendricks, and De Ligt are all 92 overalls. We did have a couple of players go down in overall, as Alan Brown went down 2 overall, and Dendoncker and Cucurella both went down 1 overall. We had a couple of players go up in overall, as Michaels went up by 6 overall, McAvoy, Mbeba, and Williams went up by 5 overall, and most notably, Diaz and Jansen went up by 4 overalls to make them as good as they were. Looking at our players who are worth the most right now, Victor Gordson is now worth $273 million, Lopez is worth $169.5 million, and Hendricks is worth $144.5 million, and Jansen is worth $142 million. Looking at the club financially, we are now worth $3.43 billion, and we are projected to be worth $4.54 billion. Looking at our overall managerial resume, we were only with Cambridge United. We won 5 league titles, we won 6 domestic cups, we won 2 continental cups. Our biggest win was against Middlesbrough in October of 2022 as we beat them 5-0. Our biggest defeat was against Manchester City as we lost to them 6-1 in January of 2025. Our record transfer fee was $160 million, and we earned a total of $7,440,000. We played 554 games, we won 392 of those, we drew 87, we only lost 75, we scored 1,099 goals while only allowing 517. Looking at the season specifically, the club wanted us to win the league title, which we did. They wanted us to win the FA Cup, which we did. They wanted us to win the Champions League, which we did. We also won the Community Shield and the Carabao Cup. We won 2 Manager of the Month awards. We did not win Manager of the Year. The record transfer fee that we paid was for Kai Havertz of $160 million. The highest transfer fee that we received was for Tammy Abraham of $74,900,000. This season we played 69 games, we won 54, we drew 12, we only lost 3, we scored 158 goals while only allowing 52. I hope you all enjoyed watching this episode. This will be the final episode of this series as we have gone on to accomplish everything we could as a club. I have started a new career mode, Road to Glory, with Grimsby Town, so if you want to check that out, click on the video on the screen. And it's JTB Gaming, signing off.